I'm just gonna.
My friend just texted me. I can't believe that one guy left and didn't want to take clip.
All right. Okay, we're live on X, we're live on YouTube, we're live on Twitch, we're live on Instagram, and we're live on Facebook. They all like it
People are
take
texting me. They're all watching it right now.
already. Like I literally just launched it.
Well,
Hold
well,
up.
no, not your stream, but the episode. Like they're
The
all tuning
show.
in.
I was like, I literally just launched it. All right, let's see if once we get people in here. I want to make sure everybody can hear good. Oh, I gotta tell my Twitch followers. Not today, man. My bad. It's been too crazy of a week. This week has honestly been insane for me. That's why you haven't seen me, dude. I've just been doing like I did like 3 news station or
Oh,
newspaper
from the one. How was the
articles.
first one though? That night.
Bro, that one went viral in Africa. Like
Really?
they published it like 4 days later, and like it went and then like one news program after the other started reaching out to me to do similar interviews, but in the different African languages. Because there's so many languages in South Africa, and they like eat like there's like news stations for each one, and like they were all like reaching out to me to do the same story just in a different language.
Yeah.
It's kind of insane. Hold up, I gotta send the ping out on Discord. Can you guys on? Anybody on right now? Can you guys hear me okay? Can you hear Jax okay? We had some audio issues last time we did this.
Hello, hello. That input line.
Yeah, I think it's all right. Let's see here.
Oh my God, I just scorfed my. I made a vegetarian tuna salad with chickpeas.
Yeah.
So good. Put it on toast with like cheddar. I put it in the oven, like melt it. So good.
Do you get mad at people when they eat Chick-fil-A?
Oh, for because it's homophobic? No,
Dude,
I'm more mad they're putting chemicals in their body. I could care less. I eat organic at home, like whatever. But if you want to eat Chick-fil-A, I'm not mad about like whatever. Do whatever. Ugh.
the amount of gay people I know that work there, I feel like they don't really like enforce their
I don't think they're homophobic. I just think that they're a Christian corporation that they're closed on Sunday and like it's all talk. Like
I
they're not gonna
know.
like hate crime you at the fucking window.
I'll tell you what though, like since I've been canceled so many times for like dumb shit, like I got canceled last week for my tattoo and stuff. Like I'm definitely way more conscious of like how something can be clipped, if that makes sense. Like when I'm on the airplane, like when I'm flying, the airports is like one place where I feel like I get recognized the most because
Really?
there's a lot of flight attendants. and
Ah, they're crazy.
and generally it's been great. But like what I'm always worried about is like when I'm when like when I'm scrolling through like you because I watch YouTube shorts a lot. Like that's my social media that if I actually consume it, I watch YouTube shorts. And every time I go on YouTube shorts, there's something that like clips like they're doing a short about something Trump said or something Joe Rogan said, you know? And it's not like but like I don't want someone walking by to think that I'm watching Fox News or watching Joe Rogan.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So like I can't even go on YouTube shorts because like even though like maybe the clip is making fun of them, they can't hear
It
what I'm
looks like
right.
yeah.
What's up, Ian? Ian, can you do a quick audio check for us? Like, can you hear Jax okay? Because last time Jax was a little bit quiet.
Anyway, I posted something about root canals and because there was a documentary that was out about how they were bad, and then these
Hmm.
dentists started suing them. And then this woman was like, "Are you denouncing modern medicine?" And I'm like, "No. There was a reason why there was a documentary. Like, I do support the documentary, but if you need to get a fucking root canal, go get it. I don't care. I'm not telling you you can't go get one." They like were assuming that I was like this like medicine naysayer and like crazy, like It's so easy to get canceled, but I honestly just think it's fun.
It's actually it's harder to get canceled nowadays, I think, because there's so much bullshit canceling, that
People are over it. Thank God, because it was getting weird for a while. I was
like
like,
what
oh
happened
my
with
God.
me, last week lasted literally 36 hours. Like the rage was gone in 36 hours because it was so ridiculous, and like you can do one Google search and like realize that I'm not like what they were claiming I was, and like
Anti-African or something.
it was
What the fuck?
insane. Like, yeah, they was like, it was just so uneducated. All right, let's start watching. I have not watched this. Like, I've been too busy. So this
Someone
is,
just texted me one of the things. Oh my God. I haven't seen it yet, ladies and gentlemen. Maybe
yeah,
I have a clip or two.
oh,
6 strippers from different places, different lives.
Some of us are veterans, and one of us is brand new.
I have
They're
your
all
Twitch.
here
If,
in
if you
what
guys,
we're
are,
in.
if you see me on my
second
phone, it's
gayest
because I'm
city
on your
in
Twitch
America.
and Instagram. I'm going back and forth because I can't. I don't have a big enough monitor to be doing all.
I feel
all
like
the
you
things.
would have a great little show if you ever had the setup I have. Like,
Sadly, I can hear him. I was hoping to join you both on the next episode stream so that Jax could hit back at me.
oh my God, we're not going to have Ian and Jax on the show because that would be
Does he?
7.
Does he stream?
No, but it'll be 7 hours long of you guys just fighting.
We work at Johnson's.
Give me
the
bait.
sexiest
No,
strip club
fight.
in the country. Johnson's is
See,
the #1
Instagram.
gay strip club in the world.
And for 1 week, we're not just coworkers, we're living together.
This
My
is
neighbor's
nice.
blaring
Sharing
music
a
again.
house,
Had to call the
sharing
cops on Monday
everything.
night.
There's
at
no
1 o'clock in
price,
the
just
morning.
6 men trying
Or
to
Tuesday at
connect.
1
On
a.m.
stage and off. We
My
can
bed was vibrating. That's how loud it was.
What?
I thought a ghost was trying to have sex with me. That's how much of a vibration his bass was.
Who?
My neighbor. At
Oh,
1 o'clock on a Monday night, so Tuesday morning at 1 a.m. Like, what are you doing, DJ? I kept sneezing. I'm like, he's definitely like fucked up right now. Like, what are you doing?
Jax, when are you joining the Discord?
I forgot about that. There's a lot of things you got me doing. I got to get mics. I got to get this apps and cameras and
Yeah.
things. And
Hold up. Here, I'm gonna send you the Discord right now while we let this trailer play.
wait,
but
why
what we
can't I
didn't
see
expect
the?
What the fuck are you saying that? Was everything else.
Oh, hold up.
Didn't you used to have it on Zoom for me last time? Wait a second. Why does this say scheduled meeting?
Here, I sent us a screen.
Oh, I need to make you the host. I forgot.
I just did a screen share.
Let me see.
That came with it.
Jax doesn't have a great memory.
Horrible. I can't believe this shit. It's so funny. The people are texting me. Oh, what is this?
There you go. Oh, but now it's not wanting to show
No,
me.
it's fine. I
Oh,
can
there we
do
go.
like this.
Perfect.
Oh, wait. There we go.
I'm gonna adjust this a little bit so that they're more centered. All right.
I want to have. Oh my god, this.
This is
Oh my God.
stripped down.
I want to have a setup here, but now I'm looking at my apartment. I'm like, I don't even know where I'd put the setup. Oh my god.
Can you hear yourself?
No, but I just know what I'm doing. I wish I could hear it.
I'm super excited to offer you guys a little yoga practice. So this is something that I get to do outside of the club. So I'm trying to pursue that. So I figured I would give that blessing to you guys. You guys have practiced yoga before?
A few times.
Have you practiced Kundalini yoga?
I don't think so. You said Kuda what?
Kundalini?
Isn't that thing with the documentary with this Indian guy that got like made this cult thing?
Yeah, no, Tarzan. I mean, a lot of people came over this country and spreading propaganda, and like there's a lot of bad rep on like this practice, but it's actually really good for you. Do I look like I'm in a cult?
Like laughing at
I
him.
did see the documentary about Kundalini Yoga that came out this year, and honestly,
Wait, can you do subtitles? Sorry,
Yeah,
just because I don't actually know what I'm saying.
there we go.
of course, Yogi Bhajan was a sleazeball. Most gurus are.
Come on, man, just stay.
Wait, didn't you say you were a guru?
Never. I'm not. Yogi Bhajan? Are you joking? Because my book.
No,
Inner
you
guru.
said most gurus are sleaze bags, and I'm like, didn't you say you were a guru?
Never. But they are. Most of them are.
Tarzan.
Oh, just go. I don't care.
I'm actually gonna go.
Tarzan's
He's in
looking
his
for
pajamas.
constant
At least he hugged
confrontation.
me.
My yoga's a scam, and you're annoying. So who cares? Everyone wants me to prove myself. I don't need to prove myself to you. I don't want to be you. I don't want to be swinging on a pole. I just am really good at it naturally. I don't try. You're trying. I'm not. First.
Oh my God, you're so cringe. You're so cringe, dude. Oh my God. You remind me of all the when I was in school and people would make fun of other people for trying
I
at
never made fun of
school.
anybody. I never
You're
made
like,
fun of
oh,
people.
you're such a nerd. You're doing your homework. You're trying to get good grades.
I would always say to somebody, let me see the homework answers. Why are you keeping them from me? I'm cheating myself.
You were the bully
was-
in high school. I can guarantee it.
I was never a bully. I was the bullied.
Shut up. You were the bully.
No,
You
I
were-
was not.
You made fun of
I
people
was
for
friends with
trying.
everybody. I was friends with the weirdos that didn't even peed in litter boxes, and I was friends with the hot cool kids. I was friends with everybody. Swear to God.
You didn't have any real friends. You
I
had
didn't. You're
you had
100% correct.
surface level friends.
I did, but I was popular. But I will say one thing. When I am rewatching this right now, I don't know why I was so angry, but I think I was just I thought he was questioning my thing. I'm like, why'd you come? Why'd you come to the class? You could have just went in the house.
Oh, hold up. I totally forgot to.
And why does it keep not focusing me? I don't what the fuck's going on. And the other thing is, I will say, I actually am really not good at the pole. I'm not at all. But
You are very bad at the pole.
so that's why I was just I do the same 3 tricks every night. And I'm I just do it. I think I was just coming at him you're a tryhard, but really obviously he's not trying hard. This is his passion. I'm just there, fucking miserable.
Thing we're gonna do before we begin is place one hand on.
However, our group text has been hilarious since the show's come out. The amount of shit we're talking on the group text.
I'm so sorry I just chewed you alive. I didn't mean to be so mean.
You're so apologetic for everything you've done.
You have to be, because I feel the thing is, though, a lot of the things I was saying, I think that they cut it into different parts. I don't know if I was even talking about this moment. It could have been when he fought Ellie or something. I don't know. Because why would I be so mean just because he left my yoga class? I don't care.
You do care.
Your solar plexus and one hand on your heart.
Group panting.
I hate the yoga class. I did it because I need to do more yoga for porn, because we have to do so many difficult positions so that they can get the angles. So I've been trying to do more yoga, which is why I said yes, but then I didn't realize it was the stupid.
Now that's
yoga.
rude. Now see, that's rude. You're making fun of my lineage of yoga.
I forgot how mean I was.
See, you guys are starting to see the true side of Crush.
I still.
The truth.
At least I was authentic.
I was authentic. I said everything. I meant what I said.
So did I.
I mean,
We were panting like dogs. Shut the fuck up.
you needed it. It was good for you.
You
couldn't
want to
even
have
sit
your
up
spine
straight.
so that your Sushumna, which is your central channel, will be aligned with the center of the universe. So try to bring your sacral. Crush cannot do yoga. I mean, he can do it. Everyone could do it and should do it. But Crush just don't come to mind. and kind of just allow your spine to be softening and loosening up. You want to loosen up, Crush. You know?
You want to loosen up.
Okay. I'm already loose.
I know, I'm aware.
You're going to lock.
I feel like that was cut out of order. I feel like we already smashed before we did that. That's why I said that.
You may. I don't. Yeah.
The elbows?
Yeah.
It's
I
almost
forget.
worse
You know,
than
this
Tarzan
is so.
walking out.
I'm like, straighten your arms. I'm like, straighten the arm, Crush.
Almost
Like, you
worse
can
than
straighten your
Tarzan.
arms. It's not that difficult.
Like this? Yeah, I can straighten my arms. They all popped a little bit in the process.
I think I said
Except for
something
just
like you would know about straight, but of course they didn't put it in.
They really went with the straight baiting thing on this a little bit, I feel like.
Oh,
Into
really?
the angle,
Yeah.
And then
Yeah.
take your eye focus from above your third eye to the point between the thumbs. This is called ego eradicator. So then you're going to continue that breath of fire that we did in the beginning. With the right arm, you're going to reach for the left foot. Look up at the left arm. Inhale, exhale. Go really fast. Right? Whoa. Yeah. Exhale. Inhale, exhale. Yep. Inhale.
We also did this on a hill.
I know.
Like,
I
it
was
was-
like, this is where you're making me. Why didn't they let me use the living room?
Like doing it on the hill was like made it really awkward, which had
The living
nothing.
room was. Yes, it was really weird because you couldn't sit up straight, and then we couldn't do anything in the house because there was so much crew in the common area, so we only had access to like certain rooms to sleep in. Whatever.
And like for some reason, that Florida grass is super itchy.
I think because I honestly think they spray shit.
Inhale up, exhale
You know
down.
me, anti-chemical.
This is very important to me, you guys. Thank you so much. You know, this is my way of giving back to the community, and also, as you guys know, like, I don't like stripping. You know, it has been like a circumstance for me to do it because I had to survive. I came from being homeless to doing that.
I was homeless for a while and I needed to pay my bills and I needed to do music, and it was the only job that I found like flexible.
UHP is very important to me.
When
I have
Ellie
20
told,
hours, you know, I'm community
like me his story when he first told me, like before before the show and everything, he told me more and more slowly, like when we first started becoming friends, and I was so like, what the hell? Like, I'm happy that he was vulnerable on here because I think that a lot of people just assume that like we're just beneath society because we're shipping or because like we're a criminal or something like that. It's like, no, he's won talent shows, like multiple awards all over like Latin America and United States, and he literally like was homeless. Like, so someone had this much talent, this much potential, but didn't have the resources or the means or the privilege to be able to.
Well, it's not
fund
always that. It's not always that. Like, it's just like you can be famous, but if there's no way for you to monetize it, you know what I mean?
Exactly.
And like he's probably the most accomplished out of all of us, like especially when we were filming this. I would say he's the most accomplished. And like I I was talking with someone this weekend who, you know, had just as many followers as me, and if I think more actually, and they're like a singer or something, and they were dirt broke, like dirt broke, and I'm like, well, the only difference between the two of us is I have fan pages, you know, like that's the only difference. It's much easier for me to like if I didn't have my fan pages right now, I would be dirt broke too. Like the only way, the only like 90% of my income, like 75% of my income is from my fan pages. And if you just took that away, like I would have to have like 2 full-time jobs to live the life that I'm living right now. You know, so it's like the only difference between like me and Ellie is, you know, he didn't have fan pages. You know, so like
it's a different art form.
And so like it's just much easier for me to monetize, if that makes sense, than it is for him. Like I make no money off of Instagram, Twitter, You know, in Twitch, I've been making a little bit, but like nowhere near enough to like even live a little bit. Like I can't even scrape by on the Twitch money. And like, and if like I would be stripping full time too if you were like, because these singing gigs that he's getting, like, because I've done gigs that people would think you get paid a lot for. Like you don't get paid a lot.
You don't.
You know, and
Anytime.
you maybe get like 3 or 4 of them a year. You know, like the really big ones, and like they're not paying you 20K, you know, or something. They're paying you like in the hundreds or at the most a couple thousand, like, which is a great, but like you'd have to be getting multiple a month of those to make a living, you know. So it's like people think that, like, a lot of people think that just because you have a lot of followers or you're famous that you like have that you make good money.
Yeah, or yeah, it's so crazy. And the fact that art is not like, people just don't realize that an artist, like, there's a reason there's a term starving artist. Like it's all
Mm-hmm.
different forms of art, and if they're not monetized, like if it's not monetized, or there's no label deal or this, that, and the other, or manager, it's really difficult. And I think that, you know, it's also in my industry with yoga studios pay you anywhere from $25 a class up to like maybe 75. So like they just look at it, not the studios, but people just look at it like, oh, they're a yoga teacher. It's like a hobby. And it's like, no, my private clients pay me more, but it's an exclusive rate, and I want to be accessible. But they just assume that it's just like, oh, it's like a fun little hobby. It's like, no, it's my fucking, like, it's like an 85-90% of my entire existence when I'm not online, or when I'm not at the club or whatever. Like it's
Mm-hmm.
my life. Like I'm not saying it needs to be my only stream of income, but like, ugh, I like that he was vulnerable and like shared. Like I was fucking homeless.
Yeah. Like, well, you know, that clip that I put out last week about the clubs don't pay us, we have to pay the club. Like a good amount of people had no idea about that. Like everyone thinks we're probably getting like a base pay of like 150, $200,
Which
which
would
is
be nice. I
which
would
would
be
be
really thrilled to be
fucking,
going to
and
work every day.
yeah, that would be $2,000 a month about.
Sometimes just getting that 150 is the hardest hurdle of the night. Then you're good because like
Right.
it starts flowing. But like there's nights that I don't make that, and I'm paying to work. It's
Right.
insane. It's ludicrous.
I know. And like people think too, like even with my fan pages, people think I'm loaded, you know, because to be honest, a lot of OF creators fucking pretend that they make a shitload of money.
Yeah, like doing 100 grand a
like
month and shit.
which only some of them do. And like there's 2 caveats to that. One, I don't charge a lot. 2, I don't use the agencies that like basically drain people for money, which I feel is very scammy. So like I make most of my money just off and like I only charge $5 a month. So I make like 85% of my monthly income off of that $5 a month. And so like I'm making pretty much an average American salary. Like I'm like literally I'm making like an average American salary. But people think because now, you know, I have 75,000 followers on Instagram and 150,000 on Twitter that like I'm making 20, 30K a month. And I'm like, try every 6 months. Like, you know, like try every 6 months. Because I actually make less now than when I was stripping. I made more stripping. I just
Yeah,
like
it's the extra cash.
I just like this better. You know, there's more
Yeah.
opportunity. Like, there's more opportunities for this to go somewhere than stripping. You know, like.
Yeah, and honestly, like I every day am thinking like, okay, what can I do today to get me one step closer to being completely out? And I've really lessened, like I've worked 1 day a week the past 2 weeks. Like I am not going in that much, and I'm proud of myself for that. And I'm able to like withstand that and have my clients and things like that for yoga, or students rather. But y- I get it. Like it just can be draining. I think it's fine at first. It's fine. It's like it is what it is, and then it just becomes a whole part of your existence.
Son, we're giving back to the community, breaking down healthcare barriers.
The nonprofit I work for is called UHP.
I am putting on this car wash to raise money for them.
And I'm so excited to work there because we're basically helping the community. You know, we're giving back, we're collecting data to see what the community needs. You know, seeing where the healthcare barriers are. I feel so passionate about helping my own community in that way. This is something that I never thought I was gonna be part of, but it's actually very nice.
Once I get my 40 hours, hopefully, not the 40 hours. Hopefully I can, you know,
full time.
You can really see his personality like coming out.
You know, pursue that full time.
So the end goal is not to strip at all anymore.
No, and honestly, now that I'm in a committed relationship, like every time I'm there, I feel like I'm betraying my man.
You're in a committed relationship.
Yeah. I am. Oh God, wait. Oh, the colors. Yes, I am.
I did not even know. Congrats.
Thank you. And you know, it's not like we're kind of open, but selectively open. He just doesn't like dirty old men touching on me.
My boyfriend doesn't like that I'm a stripper, honestly. And I get it. Like, I wouldn't date another dancer myself. And I know that's kind of like hypocritical. Is that how you say it? I mean, I'm doing this because I need the money and I need the flexibility that comes with it. And as long as I don't give me more hours in my other job, then I have to do this. And I hope he can be understanding of that.
I've been doing this on and off since I was 18. And I just don't like it anymore. It's not who I am. It was never who I was.
Whoa.
English. I never called myself a stripper. And now that I'm beginning to find like a different route and seeing like my true potential and like, oh wait, I can do this. Like, I'm not.
Well, I can actually kind of hear it, to be honest. So,
You can hear it?
yeah, slightly. Like it's like randomly fading in now.
Hold up. Let's see if I did this.
These episodes are so short. It's so crazy. It's like,
I'm gonna test this real quick, see if you can hear it. Oh no, that wouldn't work.
oh, Ellie tried calling me actually. It's so funny. People are watching in real time.
Like they're watching it on the stream?
Yeah, and they're like texting me like comment.
Why is my voice so deep? I don't know, because I take testosterone.
Oh my god.
Dumb as they say, because I might not speak English that well. You know, or I might come
He
from
always says his English isn't good, but it is. It's so
there's
good.
opportunities for me out there.
He says what?
He always says my English. Like he always says that his English isn't good. Even like we're on the phone today for like an hour. I'm like, Ellie, stop. You're fucking. I'm having zero hard difficulty translating what your accent or your broken English. It's not even broken. It's perfect.
Yeah, well, I mean, he went to school outside of the U.S., so probably more
I
educated
think he
than
came
you.
to the States when he was 11, I believe. So
Oh,
he
that's
grew
like
up
when
in
I
Cuba.
came. We came, yeah, so we came around the same time because I think I was around that age when I came to the States too. But English was my third language, my third or fourth language at that point.
Oh my god.
Yeah, and so like, I mean, I think my English is fine because Americans don't have great English anyway. So
I
like,
wouldn't even have known you were South African. I think like you just speak like English. Like I don't know.
so the reason is I learned English here.
Ah, okay.
Like,
So you're like American English.
yeah, I didn't learn it from Afrikaners, like with that really shitty accent that they have. Like,
Yeah.
you know, like so like my parents didn't speak English in the house, and my mom couldn't speak English at all. Like so, like I couldn't. We just spoke
Wow.
Afrikaans even when we came to the U.S. Like we just always spoke Afrikaans, and so like to this day, that's like what I think in. I think in Afrikaans a lot of times, you know. So like it's
Wow.
yeah. I mean,
Living in South Florida, I think the reason why I think everyone has perfect English is because all of my friends here, like my closest friends, like there are a couple, one's Croatian and he's Argentinian. I'm just around, like I am the only one that like speaks differently than them, I feel like. You know what I mean? Like South Florida is just an amazing like diverse.
South Florida and the word amazing do not go together in one sentence.
I love it here. You live in Texas. You were at the rodeo yesterday. The hell?
Yeah, it's fucking the biggest rodeo in the world. Honestly, though, that the rodeo wasn't that great. It's just becoming a fair. It used to be like a real rodeo. Now it's just like a carnival.
Then they're selling popcorn. I'm just grabbing water. I'll be right back.
Stripping it's been a trap for me. You know, you stop stripping, you get a normal job that is not as flexible. You cannot pursue what you like. Then you come back to stripping, and it's just like a trap. You know, on and off. For me, it's been on and off since I was 18.
I feel like when you work jobs that you get accustomed to walking into a place and leaving with cash in your hands. And to transition from a job that's like tips to not tips, paycheck, some things paid bi-weekly, whatever, it's jarring and it's hard to make that transition because you could have your bank account overdrawn and you leave the club and you got a bag of money that you can put in and fix it. It's like, there's always more cash coming in. So I don't know, it would be tough to go from one to the other, you know what I mean?
Yes.
Also take in consideration, everything we do is also by choice. You have the choice to dance. You have the choice to pick up a 9-to-5.
Some people don't.
You have the choice to pay your bills. You have the choice to procrastinate on everything in life.
Some of us are not strippers technically, although we do this. These are just our circumstances, you know? We're not all Tarzan. You know, we don't all love to do this. There are good nights and bad nights. It's definitely a confidence boost for me when I'm here. But there's also really bad nights when like people are touching you all over and you don't make
Can I
any
say
money.
something? Listen, it is not a choice for some people. For me, yeah, it's a choice. I could go get a job, I could. Some people, I mean, not Ellie, but some people at the club, not some. I shouldn't say this on public stream. I'll just say this. They can't get another job on the books. I'll just say that.
True.
Nobody here.
Yeah.
But I'm just saying you can't. Some of these people, that's why a lot of them have their fake dildo dicks and like they're really straight, but like they really can't get another job. Even like jobs that are traditionally like you can't anymore. Like restaurants or construction, like no one's doing the cash thing. Like it's really hard. Or they're gonna pay you really low minimum wage, like below minimum wage cash, and you can't survive.
Well,
You're an independent contractor.
I do think both perspectives are correct. It is a choice.
Yes.
It is a choice because it just might be your best choice. Like so, like
yeah. I mean,
like
yeah.
and
There's
that's
a
what,
will, there's a way.
right? And like to me, it was my best choice, and I wouldn't say I hated it that much, like as much as other people. I actually enjoyed a lot of it. I would rather strip than 99% of jobs out there, and it's not just because of the money. It's like he touched on like the flexibility and freedoms, because like that's really what I look for. Is I want to have flexibility and freedom and more control over my own success. And there's very few jobs like stripping that offer that, because most jobs at offices and like even at this nonprofit probably that he's working at, there's a guy that is in full control of whether or not he is successful in that nonprofit, and it's not really up to Ellie. You know what I mean? Like, so
no matter
like
how hard work he does or how much fundraising he does.
At the end of the day, it's up to that guy or a girl or whoever it is that's like above him, that's going to promote him, give him the hours. You know what I mean? Where like stripping, that's not the case. And so like, that's the main reason why I stripped and why I loved it was I'm in charge. I decide whether or not I'm successful or not. And it's not up to, like, cause even Matt, and like when he's the owner of the club, like he had so little power over me, he had so little power. Like he couldn't not have me come in because I was posting on social, like so many people were coming to Johnson's because I was posting on social media about it. Like he couldn't he would, if he said, yeah, when I'm not letting Crush work here anymore, like people would hated him. You know, like people would be like, what the hell? Like, I came here to see him, you know, like because of his TikTok or whatever. Like, so even though Matt, like, I never felt like Matt was my boss, you know, when I worked there. And so, like,
Yeah.
I think he's correct. Like, what he's saying is, like, I think what Tarzan said, it is a choice. But a lot of times, depending on what you want, it's the best choice.
Yeah,
You
especially if you're
know?
an artist. You can't work all the time at 9 to 5 and then still do the artistry. You don't have the energy, the time, the resources. You're fucked. When you're dancing, you have that one $2,000 or $1,000 night. You can breathe for a second, do your project, or do the next art exhibit or the next singing gig or the next workshop or retreat the next in 3 weeks. You have it set aside. Like you can't do that at 9 to 5. You got to keep calling out. Now you're unprofessional. It's the only, it is like, okay, yeah, he's right. But like you said, it's the best choice sometimes.
It's like being a trust fund kid, except you actually have to work for your money. Like, you know how like people who like nepotism, people who are born into money and like all that, and like they just have like a base income. And so it's much easier for them to like go and start a business or like, pursue their artist career because they have a base check that comes in every month or whatever. We're doing it for the same reason. Just we actually have to go do something to get that base check. It's the same concept. Like I would say if anything, what we're doing is more honorable. But like we're creating our own trust fund. That's literally what it did for me. Like I saved a lot of my money from dancing, and I purchased things. Like most of my money that I made, I purchased on things that would make it easier for me to make money other ways. Like my truck, all this stuff you see here, like, and I saved a bunch of it. So like I never feel like, oh, I'm living paycheck to paycheck, because if anything happens, like I have a pool of cash that I can. It's not a lot, but it's enough where like if everything went to shit, like I got some breathing room, And like I talked about it with Matt when we did our original interview. I think that's the biggest problem with most strippers. They don't save their fucking money.
There's no school for strippers.
They don't save their money. They make $800 in a night. They are like, oh, I have $800 to spend, and I'm like, how about you put 400 of that into a Roth IRA or some shit, like, or just into a savings account? Because what if you get sick or you get hurt and you can't strip for a month? Like you're like, then you have that money set aside. So,
yep,
and that kind of stuff.
I didn't even know we were doing this. They just said we're going to the club to do a car. I'm like, what?
I had to clean that booty hole.
It's funny you said that. You'll see. That's a funny. I'm in none of these scenes. I was hiding.
I don't want to wash the fucking car. First of all, there's like chemicals.
Wait, let's look at your face right there.
Look at my face on the truck. My face is like, I'm just like suntanning.
I don't want to wash.
Wait, I gotta get a picture of this. Hold on. Wait. Oh my god.
Jax, you're a mess, bro.
Oh my god.
They're saying you're jealous in the chat.
Of what? The car wash?
Maybe all the attention I'm getting.
Oh no! You're getting washed down. I didn't want to be there. It was cold. I didn't want to get wet. I was like, do I have to do it? And they're like, yes, we need everybody there. And I was like, can I please do something else? I was like, I love Ellie, but I don't want to do this.
We didn't even do it for that long.
Car. First of all, there's like chemicals in that soap, and I had to get it all over my body, and then Crushies spraying the hose up my ass. It's just like I already douched. I don't need you to spray the hose up my ass.
Wait, I thought you said you didn't bring a douche.
I'm gonna have to make my own douche line after this. Or like some fiber gummy or something.
Remember the last episode we did? You were like, I didn't bring my douche because I'm gonna be a good boy.
I didn't plan on fucking anybody this week. I didn't.
That's what all sluts say.
Look at me. Who am I talking to like that? Did you see that? That was so sneaky.
It was like a deal going on.
I'm like making extra money. I'm like hiding my face. That was interesting. I thought they were like telling us something there, but I didn't know what you were like looking at.
So the car wash was fun. We raised $550 for my nonprofit, and I'm so excited. You know, I just want to be a good asset to them. I'm hoping if I fundraise more money, then maybe they'll give me my 40 hours.
Look at my face here too.
Speaking of which, you know, Out TV has not contacted me about doing these streams.
No, they also don't follow me on Instagram.
Like, because I was like, what I'm doing right now, they definitely don't want me to do.
Really? Why?
Well, I think they do, but they don't. Like, I'm not allowed to do it technically.
Oh, because you're streaming the episode. Well, what if you do clips? Can you do clips from it? That's different. You're not posting. Twitch, they have to pay to see it, don't they?
No.
Oh.
But I think it's doing so well for the show that they're kind of like, you know, like I've always had this attitude of I'm going to ask for forgiveness, not permission. And I think if that first stream didn't do so well, you know, like, dude, I think we're almost at 100K views on YouTube for the first episode.
I'm going to check. But wait, are we going to get in trouble? Oh my God. Do we sign anything? I had some, I don't know. I know. Yeah, last week I was like, I think I said too much on the last stream at the end about everything, but I think we're fine.
I don't think they're even paying attention half the time, dude.
they literally keep making me a collab, and I'm like, why don't you follow me?
I don't even think they follow me, bro.
They only follow Damien, and I think they might follow Ellie.
I don't think they follow me.
Oh, the preview got 700 views. Let me see.
No. The first episode got like almost 100,000.
75,000.
Yeah.
Look at my face again. I've been rolling my eyes all day.
You're such a diva, dude. It's insane.
I didn't want to do it.
What's going on?
Can't believe
We're doing a car wash for Ellie's nonprofit.
It's time to get your ass over here. Watch this one. I want you to clean it like an uncut dick. Nice.
He's such a tryhard. Oh my God. Matt.
But he really would say that, though.
I know, but that's what I mean.
I mean,
like,
he did say it.
But he's always trying so hard to be a tough guy.
You guys went at it. I remember you guys went at it.
Gotcha.
I don't know if they show it,
Okay.
but look at me. I'm like, oh, another fucking car.
Damien's openness definitely inspired me to, you know, remain humble about addiction, because he was sober a long time. You know, 6 years is nothing. It's not like a small amount of time, and relapsing with that amount of time is a humbling experience.
Where are you going? I am going to go to a meeting. I could use one.
Honestly, I could too. Mind if I come with you?
No, that would be nice.
All right. Let me just put my stuff on. Let me go grab it.
Okay,
Back in.
great.
The stress of this week has been a lot. Talking to him made me realize I haven't been on my shit with going to meetings, and you know, I haven't been thinking about sobriety a lot lately, and I probably should.
How are you doing?
I'm doing good. What's good, man? It's so crazy.
Oh, boy.
Like, I was so messed up yesterday. Like, so messed up.
Really?
Bro, I had turned up so bad. Like, between smoking and drinking, bro, I was gone. Like, I was doing shit in the kitchen.
I love how they put that right after me and Damien.
I know. I'm like, they really just made it this contrast. And where the
Oh,
fuck are me
man.
and Ellie at?
Oh
Probably at
man,
work.
they're making insinuations that he should also maybe slow down or stop.
Slow down or just
I
stop.
was dancing. I was dancing on top of
I
the
know, but you're so like, you're so on all the time. I couldn't even tell that you were like.
I know. I was so messed up. I was so messed up. I passed out. My stuff was out. It's like the first time I ever had my stuff like just laid out.
What do you mean, like?
Bro, I'm not used to being. Honestly, I'm not used to like, especially like how we're like bunk beds. Like, it's just one of those things. Like, I'm not used to being in the same sleeping space or same room with other people. You know how in the club you always lock your bags or put it in the locker. I didn't do that. Like, I passed out.
You usually do that in like.
Yeah, like
situations too.
My stuff is literally everywhere. Like,
I mean, same.
nothing is zipped up. Like, I'm enjoying the energy that I don't necessarily have to worry about my bags. Anything like my money is out. You know what I'm saying? Like, my money is out. I didn't even count it. So
it's like a boundary thing.
Very much so.
I'm surprised that out of
Leaving the
everyone,
chat.
Tarzan opens up to me about his
Oh my
trust
God.
issues. Maybe
Yeah.
I seem like a trustworthy person that he can be vulnerable with. But it was surprising to know that he hasn't like been comfortable in a space with other people like this before. When I'm go-go dancing, I'll leave my stuff in the back, no problem. But when I got here, everyone's locking their stuff in the locker. So I think there is more of a competitive edge to it and
my
definitely more
God.
distrust.
Like, I know y'all, but I don't necessarily know y'all like that. Like, you know, I'm being perfectly honest. Like, I know y'all and I'm cool with y'all, but I don't know y'all like that, for real.
No, totally.
So
I don't know any of y'all like that, but
correct. So so you get what I'm saying. Like, so it's just one of those things. Like, it's a comfort thing, but it's a different vibe. I'm enjoying it.
yeah.
I'm definitely having more fun. Like, just to be able to let down the barrier, let down the guard a little bit, just to kind of relax and actually enjoy being out here. Honestly.
Yeah, totally. I mean, the bunk beds are obviously not the most
They're not the
ideal, but...
best, but I'm not gonna lie. It wasn't that bad.
Hey, you guys.
Hey.
Where do you guys
I love how they're
go?
like,
to
I
get
don't even know where
waxed.
I'm at. We went to get
We
waxed.
missed you at the.
I forgot that that's the excuse they made up.
What? Where am I? I was probably fucking crazy somewhere. I love it. We went to get waxed. It's so believable. Something you would say.
Yeah, we missed you too.
Random.
I feel like mine and Crush's friendship has gotten a lot stronger, even in the short period of time that we've been here filming this show. You get to know people quickly. You're spending a lot of time with them. You're in a lot of high pressure situations back to back to back to back. And it forces people to very quickly get to know one another. And I'm getting to know Crush more. And I'm like, wow, this is somebody that I would really like to maintain an actual friendship with.
How y'all feel about Johnson's with, management hiring a lot of the straight dancers and...
I feel like the way that the straight guys talk about the gay clientele is low-key homophobic, and it's like, they're paying them, you know?
Yeah.
I see the clients complain about this all the time. Oh, the guy's straight, but baby, this is what you come to see, because a lot of the gays have internalized homophobia. There are a lot of self-hating gays that don't like other gays.
Okay, what does internalized homophobia mean? I hear that a lot, and I think I know what it means, but like I've never actually asked anybody.
Okay, internalized homophobia is when a gay person, I mean, it could be for a straight person too, but when a gay person is being homophobic to other gay people. Like, for example, I'm trying to think of an example. Like, let's say I'm like anti, like feminine guys, to the point of like I'm actually like being homophobic towards them. Not like, oh, you don't have to like feminine guys, but like it's like if I were to be like, oh, I can't stand muscle hunks. Like they're just so like macho and rude. Like internalized homophobia. Like you have these subconscious programmings from when you were a kid and you were like suppressed and you were not out of the closet and you didn't like gay people. Just like how straight people that are homophobic usually aren't straight because they're secretly gay.
So
It's internalized.
It doesn't have to be like okay. So it does. You're saying that it's not like a guy who's pretending to be straight and he's hiding it by being homophobic. It's when an actual gay person
it
is
could be
being
that,
like,
but yes.
okay, is being like you know, like I've met some gays that like talk tons of shit about like drag queens, and they'll be or like what you said, the feminine stuff, like, oh, I hate it when they wear heels and like all that shit, and I'm like, I mean, there's both sides to being gay, you know, like there's the masculine gays and there's the feminine gays, and there's people who switch back and forth between the two of them. Like, who really gives a fuck?
Yeah, and there's a fine line between like you don't have to like something. Like people don't. We're very opposite, right? Like I'm Twinkie, Demon Twink, and you're like whatever. So obviously, people are going to like one or the other. Maybe they'll like both. I don't know, but that's not what it's about. It's about like genuinely like being homophobic in nature or like within your personality or the way you're like projecting yourself.
So it's more like when you're not accepting of it, because I also agree you're allowed to not like whatever you want,
yeah,
you know, but like you also but being accepting of it is a different thing.
Like for example, I do not go to. I live a block from I don't go to drag shows. I have friends who are drag queens. I don't not like drag queens. Like it doesn't mean that I'm internalized homophobia. It's just like I don't prefer it. But if I were to be like anti and like being like slurring and like having like prejudice towards gay culture, I guess. Because for a while, I didn't even like to say the word LGBT. I was like, I'm not a part of that community. It's a fake community. It's over sexualized and da 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 da. And there's still parts of me that think part of that is true. But I used to have internalized homophobia to the point of like I didn't want to associate with being gay. And I was like, I would be in therapy and they're like, this is because you're still having, trauma or insecurity of being gay. You don't want to talk about it. I'm like, why do we need to talk about it? Why does it matter? I'm just gay. We don't need to say that I'm gay. It is what it is. And they're like, you're uncomfortable right now. Like you have internalized homophobia over just being gay. Like, like there's certain, I don't want to, it's too deep, but do you kind of get what it at this point? Like, do you kind of get what I mean? It is.
Yeah, but I think
I had it and I used to project it. Like I didn't like I used to go to Wilton and be grossed out. It's like too gay. Now I'm like, oh, it's a little safe snow globe haven. Like it's cool. It's cute.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm not into the fetish bars and this, that, and the other, but like I'm not like gagging.
Yeah, but like I think it's like the reason why I stopped wanting to use labels. Because I feel like, everyone's sexuality, whether it's gay, straight, bi, whatever, fluid, it's like that's your own version of it. Like everyone's allowed to have their own version of gay. You know what I mean? Like like you, Jax, can be your version of whatever gay is, versus somebody else's version of gay. And like there isn't one that's correct versus the other one.
Exactly.
Like it's just like you're just your version of gay. Like I don't feel like because you identify as gay or straight or like that now you have to act like this or dress like this or be into this, because I always felt like, especially in the beginning when I was like, I'm bi, then people would be like, well, then that means that you're into this and you like this and this is how you dress. And I was like, no, that's not how that works. I think that's more like, because I always,
but you're not coming from a place of internalized homophobia. You're just like, fuck, I'm so over you trying to put me in a box. Internalized homophobia would be like, no, I'm not using labels because, I'm like, you would be insecure within it.
Yeah.
It would be a projection of your insecurity. And again, I'm not a psychologist, but I'm pretty sure that's what he's saying. So there's a lot of internalized homophobia in the back at Johnson's. A lot of them are actually gay. They're just saying they're straight. There are straight ones. That's true. We know that. But some of them are internalized homophobia is coming out because they're actually saying shit like I don't know if they said it yet in the clip, but saying, "Oh, I'm going to go rob these faggots." You're gay. Like that's internalized homophobia. I mean, it's not even
Yeah.
internalized at that point. You're now like you're extorting it, but
It's externalized.
it's extortion. Yeah, yeah. Like maybe
Extortion.
it's not internalized homophobia, but
I'm
yeah.
going to make a bold claim.
Okay.
Not just the guys at Johnson's or at any dance club that we've worked at, but I think in society as a whole, that a very large portion, I would say a majority of labeled straight men are like me. You know, like I think I'm not even that bi compared to most straight guys. Like, I think the difference between me and most straight guys is I don't really give a fuck. Like, I'm just gonna be myself and enjoy myself. And like, if I do something with a guy, I'm not like, oh my God, now I'm gay. You know what I mean? Like, and
Yeah.
and I, because I, when straight guys tell me how they feel, I'm like, yeah, I mean, I feel a lot of times the same way, but like, just because, you know, I do find a guy attractive every once in a while, and maybe it does, like, because the way I'm attracted to men is completely different than the way I'm attracted to women. Like, there is some overlap, but like, it's two totally different feelings. And like, but I've just found a way to like explore it and not really like put too much, like, you know, overthink it too much. And like, and and when I talk with straight guys, they feel the same way. They just like they put so many layers of armor in front of it.
Yes, it's
You know
so.
what I mean?
I'm like, Jesus Christ, no one's going to judge you. Like, what the fuck?
Right, and like,
but there's so much upbringing and like the cultural conditioning of just like, oh, they're gay. Like,
yeah,
they
like
don't want.
the whole idea of giving head,
Who
right, or
cares?
like oral in the straight world is such a derogatory thing. Like even when women do it, right? Like when they talk about women doing it, and that's like very straight, but like it's a derogatory, degrading thing, and like they can't detach that to it because like just because like an oral, like giving oral can be a degrading thing doesn't mean it always is. And it doesn't,
Any of it can be degrading. Any of it can be
any
degrading.
of it can be degrading. And I'm like, I don't know. What the way I think women treat straight men often is more degrading than like some of the gay stuff you can do. And like,
Yeah.
because like, but like, yeah, my claim that a lot of straight guys probably are the same level of bisexual that I am. Like, I would say the majority of them are. I'm just much more willing to dive in there and just like be it and not really care. But like, as a guy that was like, I never thought for a moment that I was anything but straight until I was about 30 years old, you know? And then like there wasn't like 20, 30 years of me hiding that I'm into guys. I just legitimately had no idea because I never put myself there or ever even like opened my brain to the idea of it because like it was like you do one thing, you're gay type of stuff. And I think that's where most straight guys are, you know, and they will argue with me to the death that they cannot, if you find a guy attractive, that means you're gay, and like they've never blah 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 and like all this shit. And I'm just like, okay, buddy, I don't know why you're defending it so hard.
The only straight friends I have, which are very few, the only straight friends that I have are the most comfortable around and speaking about gay things. Like I have one guy friend, and I'm friends with his wife too, or girlfriend, whatever. They're into the yoga thing with me as well. And he'll be like, "Isn't this man just so attractive?" And Janine, like his wife's just like, like he's not sexualizing him, but he is in a sense. He's like, oh, he's so hot, or this and the other. But he's straight. He will not do anything. But I'm like, you are so comfortable within yourself that I actually believe that you're fucking straight.
Yeah,
when you start getting all weird and shit, I'm like, you are insecure about something you're feeling.
Right.
Why else
and
would
like,
you be being weird? To be
like,
cool? No one cares that you're not in high school anymore.
Right. And like I actually would argue I'm straighter than most straight guys, even though I do more gay shit than most gay guys. It's just like I've chosen that I prefer you know, I enjoy this part and I'm going to enjoy it, you know, it doesn't have to like we said, label me and put me in a box anywhere.
Mhm.
And because like, dude, the DL conversations a lot of straight guys have with me, like I watch them try to protect their heterosexuality so much when they're having the conversation that
And you're just like, dude,
if you weren't, if you were really like what you're saying you are, you wouldn't put so much emphasis on the defense of your heterosexuality.
it's like saying I can open up a door. Yeah, we know I can open up a door. You don't have to say you're doing it. Like now you're overcompensating, and I'm questioning you. You
Yeah,
know,
I'm also like this is an interrogation. Like I'm like when I
I don't
talk,
care.
like I don't
Yeah.
care that much like where you are on the
I
spectrum.
don't. And you know what else gets me when they think that gay, like my one cousin was like, I don't care if someone's gay as long as they don't, do something with me, babe. Have you looked in the mirror? You want to see my track record? I mean, not that I'm my cousin. That sounds like I was saying I would fuck up. I'm just saying like they just assume they just assume that because you're gay that you want to fuck.
All right, we're gonna end the stream on that, guys. That was like we'll just leave it right there. Like, I'm not.
But I hate when straight people just assume that like if someone's gay, I don't care if someone's gay. You do whatever you want as long as you don't, touch me. I'm like, no one wants to. You're good. Like, no.
Yeah, but
But
like, even
I have a
then, it's
question.
like, what? What's up?
So I had this encounter with this guy. I'm not going to get into how I got him at the house or whatever, but not anyway. I don't know how to. I'm trying to preface it without saying too much,
Was it an RM guy?
Okay, there's this guy, and he came over, and I was like, oh, he's fucking straight. Like as soon as he walked through the door, I was like, oh, like this guy he is not gay. There will be no sexual anything. So anyway, we're like hanging out, and he's like, you wanted me to be naked, right? And I'm like, yeah. So because he said he would just be in his underwear, so he gets naked. So I'm like, oh, maybe he does like me. Then he's talking with me, and apparently he has a trans girlfriend or ex-girlfriend. They're fighting this, that, and the other. And I'm like, oh, that's cool. And then he starts telling me that he doesn't do anything that's gay, but he sucked her dick because he loved her. And I'm like, okay. And I'm not judging it. I'm like, whatever, right? I don't need you to do that to me. Like, that's not what I'm getting at. That was confusing for me. And again, it's not really needed for me to figure that out. But I question, does he have internalized homophobia where it's appropriate that he's dating a trans woman with a penis and he'll do stuff with her because it's a her, or maybe he really just I think I was judging it, but I also was just trying to analyze it because I was confused by it. I don't really know my question, but I'm asking you because you've done the things.
So this goes back to me saying like that's just his version of his sexuality, I think. Because like I'll be honest, when I'm with trans women, in a lot of ways, it's just a woman to me when I'm having that experience. But like, I've also met straight dudes that I will sit here and say to you, yes, this man is 100% straight, but he loves to get plowed.
Yeah, then there's those ones like
right,
they like a woman to put a dildo up their ass or finger them
or
eat their
even
ass.
they even like men putting it up there. But like the thing is,
this is why this is one thing I agree with you in your brand. It's the labels thing.
They don't feel any actual attraction to me physically, and they just love stuff going up their butt. You know what I mean? And like, so like, I don't know where the line is there because it's like, all right, are we defining your sexuality by what you're attracted to or what you like to do? Because those are very different things and they have a lot of overlap. You know what I mean? Like, I like getting head, right? Like, I love getting head. And like, it almost doesn't matter who gives me head.
Okay, so he had the same thing. So it was what we were doing had nothing. There was supposed to be no like anything, but I started like touching. I'm allowed to talk about this stuff on Twitch.
Yeah, you just have to say. You just have to say it cleverly.
Okay, so I was touching his cannon.
Yeah, perfect. Good job. You're doing great.
I was like, is that all right? And he's like, yeah, it's fine. And it starts getting like
Aroused, yeah.
hard, and I'm like, oh, maybe he's like, I don't know, like I'm not gonna push it. I mean, I work in the same industry. I'm not gonna push anything, I'm not gonna be disrespectful. So then he like lays down, and I'm like, anyway, he literally like finished, and I was just like, oh, he's like, and then when he was done, he's like cleaning up, whatever. He's like, yeah, I really only like trans women. I just closed my eyes and I just like thought about something else, but it felt good. I'm like,
yeah, and see, like, I think what, like,
why are you telling me that? Why don't you just say like that was how? Bye.
I don't know. Like, I can't tell you why
I'm just
he's saying
asking you
that,
only
but
because
like,
I know you've dwelled in all the realms.
because I've done that even with people who I'm attracted to. I closed my eyes and thought about something else.
I've done
So
that
like,
too, actually.
yeah, like, so I don't know, like, yeah, maybe could be the moment, the situation, because like, have you ever been with somebody where one time you were super into it and the other time you're not? Like, you've been with them multiple
Yes.
times, right? So like, how is that any different? And like, maybe that night he just wanted exactly what you gave him. I don't know. And so like, it's one of those things where like, I feel like sexuality is so complicated that even your own you'll never figure out. You know what I mean? And it's always changing.
Have
Like,
you ever done psychedelics?
yeah, a lot when I was using, but it's been a long time.
Did any of those psychedelic experiences, even though you were like abusing most of the drugs, like I've gone to like ceremonies or whatever,
I've never done
and
it that way. No,
okay, so
I've
I've
done it
only
like
done
in a
it.
trailer.
Okay, so I've only done it in like a spiritual setting, and it still had been abused by a lot of people. It can happen, but like I really went there. Like I cleaned up my diet for a week, was like fasting, like it was like a whole. I wasn't going to get fucking high, like it wasn't fun. There was a lot of dark
You
things that
don't
came
have to
up, and
explain yourself, but okay.
all right. But what I'm getting at is in those heightened states, I don't know if you've had it. I have actually, for the first time, I was like, am I a they, them? Like, am I identifying with these, or I don't feel like I'm a male or a female. I feel like I am like a spiritual being. But I realized later on after I like came home and was like integrating, I was like, oh, I just felt my soul. I felt that I wasn't a human. But um, there have been other times where I actually found women attractive, and I actually was like, I felt like sexual energy. Thank God it was a ceremony, and you're not allowed to touch or talk to people or really look at them. They'll tell you to be like, all right, go back to like your mat. Like, don't be like staring into someone's soul. But I actually would have a slight attraction and question myself. Am I actually bisexual, or am I questioning? Because it has happened. So that actually has never left my brain. I've always thought about those moments. I don't feel them in my day to day, but there have been moments. And again, though, you're on an euthanagen or whatever it's called. Like you're on an altered state of consciousness. So I guess that's part of it. But that's my brain. Psychedelics expand what you're already kind of
Yeah, and
thinking.
I think so. Like,
So
you discovered what I discovered without psychedelics is that
at
like,
30.
yeah,
Yeah.
like you discover I just realized that like I have to have an open mind almost,
Mhm.
and that like just because I'm into someone or something, and by something I mean like an act, like a sexual act or something, or even a body part or whatever, like one day doesn't define me in that moment. Like it was just in that moment I really was like into it. And I think that is how sexuality works. That's why I always tell people like it's too complicated to figure out, because it's more just like be present in the moment, and like, because that's why labels I don't like, because it's like you're saying now this is the things you're gonna do and into for the rest of your life. And
Yeah.
it's like, did Jax, even if you're like 99% of the time into men, if you're closed minded and you just think that 99% you're into men means you're 100% into men because it's mostly what you're into, then you might not be open to like other experiences when they come around,
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
like and so it's like, I don't know if that makes you bi. Like that's why it's like hard for me to use the labels. Like it's just like,
ever since you made that one video, like, I mean, you've made a couple of them, but the first one about the label thing, I was like, I related to it so much. I mean, I'm really not, I don't think that I'm actually bi or whatever, but it's just like, why the fuck do we have to keep compartmentalizing everything?
Well,
for who?
To be honest, that's why I've really liked the term queer now that it's not derogatory as much anymore. Because like queer just kind of means whatever the fuck you want, whenever you want. You know what I mean? Like, and like, you know, as long as we're using it in a non-derogatory context, which most people are nowadays, like that's pretty appropriate to the way I think most people are. Like, I really do believe, because just like the story you just told me, I think 90% of straight dudes have had a similar experience, even without psychedelics or with psychedelics. You know what I mean? And like, women are, it's much more appropriate for women to be like that, the way what you just described. It's a little bit more appropriate for gay men to be like that, but there is some pushback. Like it's like you have to be pure gay if you're gay, you know what I mean? But like it's much more lenient than it is with straight men. Like straight men, it's like literally you do one thing one time with a guy, you're gay forever. You know what I mean? Like it's so like, and I think that's where we're starting to break out, because we created all the labels in the beginning because we were going against the norm, and the norm was to just
figure it out,
to be straight and just to be straight and get married, have kids, you know. And we created the labels to be like, no, there's other things. And now we're at the point where it's like, it's not even just the labels. Like the labels are just very generalized things to help make conversations easier. But we can't talk about them as if they are like these hard-lined, you know, like parameters that we have to follow in order to like get the label, like as if it's like a fucking military badge that we wear on our uniform, you know, like. So I think it's like, I think what that experience you had, you shouldn't see it as something that's like challenging your gaydom. You know, I think they both exist. They can coexist. You know.
Yeah, I had to ask you because I was like, this is the perfect person to ask, because I know that you'll have some sort of philosophical answer. By the way, I'm still here. I'm just getting water.
Yeah, I think your gay side and your bi side and your straight side and your femme side and masculine side can all coexist together. You know, like.
Yeah, why do we have to make it so difficult?
You know, like it's like I feel queenie sometimes myself, as masked as I am 90% of the time. I had a moment at the rodeo where I turned into a total queen. Like,
nuh-uh.
Yeah, that's hilarious, dude. I was with a bunch of girls and a couple guys, all straight people. And like the girls are dancers at like traditional, they work with Frankie at her club.
Oh.
And like I just felt like they were so like on edge. Like they brought the strip club energy with them. You know what I mean? And like, I remember this lady, we were standing in line to get into one of the things, and this lady with a kid, like, kind of like came and stood in line next to us. And like, I saw the whole thing, and like, it just looked kind of like she thought that was the start of the line because there was this weird gap behind us. And a couple of the people I was with thought she was like trying to cut the line, and they were like ready to pop off on her, you know, like, oh my God, like all this shit. And I had to be like, no, like just tell her, she probably doesn't know, you know, like it's not that big
like,
a
settle
deal.
the fuck down.
And afterward, I was like to them, I was like, why the hell are you guys, like, I turned into a total drag queen, and I was like, y'all need to chill the fuck out. Like, don't bring that fucking strip club shit here. Like, just be nice to people. You don't have to fight fucking everybody you think is rude to you. You know what I mean?
That is so such a thing though. I mean, I have to say, like, it's the being jaded. Oh my god, I literally went to go get water and I left
Yeah.
to come back and I
Ian said, one, there are too many labels, and two, we need to go back to when the alphabet soup made more sense. Well, no, I'm going to say there will never be enough labels. So it's like almost to the point where, like, why even have them? Because every single person's individual label is different than the other person's. So like there will never be enough labels to like get everybody, in my opinion. So it's like at some point, like the alphabet soup will be fucking 1,000,000 letters long and numbers and other symbols, because there's never going to be enough labels to really capture everybody. All they are is just a generalization, you know, but I think people take them too literally. And like if I say I'm bisexual, that's just a generalization of my sexuality. It doesn't mean that I'm exactly the same as somebody else who's bisexual, you know? And I think that's more the argument that I think I'm making, is like that there can never be enough labels that incorporate how everyone is sexually. So like we need to go back to just using it as like a rough generalization. But as long as we understand that it's a rough generalization of what you are, and not like that means you're all these things and you can't be anything outside of the box.
How long does it take to get water? I'm sorry, I'm reading
He also got like avocado toast.
I'm very. I need to take breaks.
All right.
And you see them like
Wait,
even OnlyFans, you go.
Oh yeah,
we're gonna go back to watching
Well, the
this.
guy is straight, but baby, this is what you come to see, because a lot of the gays have internalized homophobia. There are a lot of self-hating gays that don't like other gays, and you see them like even in OnlyFans. You go to Twitter, and the straight guys are not showing anything, and they'd rather pay for that than like all the gay entertainers showing.
He's explaining
everything.
it.
Makes me super
Better,
mad. So
way
it's
better.
not their fault. It's not management's fault. It's our community's fault. That's what I think. And that's my take.
So
you don't maybe like what part of the fantasy is, you know, that they're unattainable. Yeah. Like because you're straight, so like that makes them like hotter almost because you can't get them. But for me, in regards to the dancers, so I don't like when it feels like they're not active in the community, or at least an ally. Like they're just there to extort money from the gay community.
And it's
They come to the club. They come to the club.
that off
and
real
then
quick,
They leave.
'cause maybe
The second they leave the club, they're no longer.
They're no longer
they have
there.
Nothing to do with it.
They don't want to
You
talk
know
to you.
what I
They don't
mean?
want to be around you.
They don't want to be friends.
Some of
with
them
you.
don't even say hi. You come in, they don't say hi to you. They're so rude. They're
They
like,
bump into you like you're like, babe, I'm not taking up that much space. Like, I'm
And
not
like,
this big.
like personally, that hits for me because I look like the straight guy at the club. So a lot of customers, because they've had those experiences with these straight guys where they feel a little gay baited, they see me and they assume I'm gonna be like that.
I did.
And so yeah,
Guilty. I literally was like, this is just another one of those queer baited straight dancers, because you literally walked in like so chilling, like macho and huge, and I was
Why are
like,
we still on
I'm just gonna have to be like dodging that bullet because they ruined the reputation for everybody.
I hear them
you know?
say like, "Oh, let's go like rob these faggots." I was in the locker room and
I've heard it too a lot, because they think they can safely say that around me before, if they don't know who I am. I've heard.
They say it to me, thinking I'm not gonna care. I'm like, if it wasn't for these faggots, you wouldn't have your car, your nice apartment overlooking the ocean, your trip to you wouldn't have anything you have if it wasn't for these faggots. So why don't you instead be grateful?
Try not using that word. Twitch really hates it. It's even in the context that we're using it in, that the AI moderator doesn't know the difference. But like, no, I've heard a lot of things, because the same thing, they think I'm like them when I walk in, especially when I'm in a new place. They think I'm like them, and so they feel safe to say their things, you know. So I've heard a lot of it. I've probably heard more than y'all, but like,
I had a straight guy say to me, "Let's go rob these faggots," and I was appalled. Like, these gay men are paying your bills, so at least talk about them with a little bit of respect.
That phrase is the embodiment of the queer baiting that pisses me off so much that I get lumped into because I just exteriorly look the same as them. This club and this gay community is so inclusive that it's
they show
allowing
all
these
the straight dancers. Like,
Oh, they blurred
I
their
know whose
faces.
ass that is.
I know exactly.
Right there.
Mm-hmm. He's a Canadian.
No comment.
Men to come work here, but the second they leave this club, they are no longer a part of this community. They don't want anything to do with it. They don't put it on their social media. They don't tell their friends or their family that they're working here. Like, I'm leaving in the night to extort money from these gays and then spend it the way I want on my straight community. Yeah, it makes me pretty heated. I'm not gonna lie. It pisses me off pretty bad.
And then
it does. I'm not gonna lie. Even like if I was straight and I didn't work as a dancer and none of this, I would still hate that because it's extortion. You know what I mean? Like it's straight up no pun intended, taking advantage of other people's sexuality. It's like which like I understand. Look, I understand that like what we're doing at the dance club is we're not always real, but that's the point, is like we're selling a fantasy.
Yeah, we're selling an illusion.
You can do it in an ethical way. And unfortunately, I think most of the straight dudes in the dance business are not doing it in an ethical way. There are some.
They're not.
There are some.
And they're disrespectful.
There are some that do.
Yeah, of course.
But those
I have
are
friends that are straight that are there.
Those are the minority. You know, those are the minority of them. Like,
but again, it's the ones who are comfortable with themselves being there. Like,
right,
they're okay with that.
Right, and like I made very few dancer friends that were straight as a result of that because I did not abide. But I love the gay community. I love everyone in the alphabet soup. I love our culture. I love our take on things. I love our overall non-judgmental attitude. Yes, we have bad apples. Yes, we have judgy queens. Yes, we have our own issues like every fucking community does. But overall, I feel like the LGBT, whatever other letters we have in there now, community is overall more progressive, more loving, and more accepting than most other communities, period. And that's why I like try to be a part of it. Because that I kind of like agree with a lot of the ideologies and of the LGBTQ community. Yeah, we have plenty. Like we've talked about it, how like even there's certain cities where like the gays are like very pretentious or exclusionary. You know, like there's subcultures within the gay community that are very toxic. But literally any community that gets big enough has those. You know?
Yeah, and it's different. If we were to walk into a straight bar, there's going to be sometimes no one I don't really feel like anyone makes me feel unsafe, especially in Florida. I've never felt weird at a bar. I've never felt weird. But a lot of times the gays get upset when like a woman or something comes into the club, but it's because of the environment. The straight guys are happy because they can get off and show their straightness to them or something. I don't know what they're doing, but they're not to be in there because they're not tipping, or and I don't like say that because I feel like I'm being exclusive, but at the same time, I feel like women in the club don't always they're not there for the purpose of being there. But there are guys there too that are the same thing. They're just there to get drinks and watch the free fucking show. And I say it to them all the time. Like I'll do a handstand and they'll just be like looking at me. I'm like, it's not worth $1. It wasn't exciting for you.
Yeah. And like people always like going back to the like it's your own thing. Like most of the time, like if you don't feel safe somewhere, like at a club or a bar, like a lot of these straight dudes don't feel safe. Like they don't actually feel safe at our club. That's why they're coming at it with such a like militant attitude. It's probably something within yourself a little bit, Because like you'll if you were very comfortable with yourself and you've dealt with your insecurities, like you'll feel comfortable because you'll know how to navigate situations. Like I can be around demon twinks that are very judgy and angry and all this shit, and I can be around homophobic straight people. I feel safe in both scenarios, even though both of those groups hate me, because I know how to navigate it. And I know that them hating me isn't challenging how I feel about myself.
Yeah,
You
nothing to
know
do
what
with
I
you,
mean?
really.
And like, I also have met, plenty of twinks that I get along with, So like, I don't put all twinks in this like category just because some of them are very like diva like, you know what I mean?
You can't group
Right.
things. It's like not
And like,
all gays are dramatic, or not
right.
all
And not
straight
all
guys are.
not all straight bars are homophobic. You know what I mean? Like I've been to there's one here in Houston that I like going to because and it's a straight bar for straight men, like it is super like straight. But the owners are like, they love me. You know what I mean? They want me to come in. Like they're super. I'll bring 7 gays with me, and they're like, hell yeah, we'll give you a table because you guys are so much fun. You know what I mean? Like then there's other straight bars where like, you guys need to go. And like I'll handle those. I can handle both of those situations fine. But then there's gay bars where I feel more unsafe than I do at that straight bar. And then so like, just because a bar is gay doesn't mean I'm safe. Or it's inclusionary. But it also doesn't mean all gay bars are like that. And I would say it also depends where you are. Like the bars in Houston are overall like the most laid back, chill gay bars I've been to in any city. Like it's so chill. Like no one's trying to be the gayest person in the room. You know what I mean? But then you go to West Hollywood, or you can even some of the bars up in Dallas, and then even there in Wilton Manor, sometimes it's like, dude, like you are being so over the top and judgmental and dramatic and like, and so it just depends where you're going. Like you can't generalize like the entire gay community because one gay guy did this or one gay bar is like this. Like, and if you're doing that, you're doing the exact same thing that like we are arguing against, saying that it's bad behavior just because it's coming from the other side.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Just because it's coming from our enemy, if you can't do the same behavior back at it, you know what I mean?
For example, I don't mind women in the club. I have so many women friends that I want to come. I know that they would tip me, but they're not allowed because of other women coming and thinking they're going to get a free guy because they know that like people do not understand the complexity of Johnson's. I don't know how it is at other clubs. Women know, people know that the dancers are straight. Women know that they will get I've seen people go in the bathroom with a woman, employees, not even dancers, and come out. Like, first of all, that woman could easily say something happened to her, and then you have a whole thing. Easy. I'm not saying that she's going to, but besides that, that's why we can't even go in the bathrooms with customers. There's rules, right?
Mm-hmm.
But I wouldn't have I want women to be able to go in. I want to be able to dance with straight guys and then be like, like some of them are. Like I have really cool straight guys that are there. Like some of the older ones that work there that dance, like what's the ones? I don't even know their fucking dancer name, but it doesn't matter. Frederico, I love him. Like he's straight. Like he doesn't give a fuck. He's comfortable. He don't care. He's like I'm fucking. It's chill. He's chill. Life's good. Then you have other nitwits that are like actually just like it's extortion.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't want to be like, this is bad. These are good guys. Women shouldn't come. Women shouldn't go. I don't want to think like any of that.
That's way too simple. If you think like that, you're oversimplifying everything, and that's just to make yourself feel comfortable. Because if it's super simple, then like what to do. But like, and it's scary to live in the realm of unknown. You know what I mean? So like, but like, if you can get comfortable with yourself to be like, I'm not going to judge or live in this realm of I don't know, or like at least have the like open-mindedness to be like, I might be wrong, like about someone, something, someplace, you know what I mean? Like as long like even though you think you know, if you can go into it with the like I might be wrong attitude, like you'll have such a more peaceful life. Because one, you'll realize how wrong you are most of the time.
Look at us with each other.
Right. Like
we both hate each other instantly because we just assumed we were character traits that we really.
And the thing is, like, me and you are so different still. Even after all that, we're so different and we don't agree on so many things. But like what we've chosen to do is focus on the things that we have in common in. And then
that's like what most adults should be doing.
I know.
Isn't that crazy?
Isn't
that crazy?
And then what we do is we have adult debates on everything we disagree on, and we find some
live for the entire world to see.
Right. And like in that process, we're growing and learning, and like you have to like. If you go into every situation being like, I know exactly everything. I know, like, you know, I already know who this person is, that person is. I know how everything is. I'm going to stay over here because over here, I like, you know, like, it's like, okay, so you're kind of a know-it-all and you're judging people the same way you don't like to be judged. But you think that because it's coming from your enlightened brain that like you're better at judging than other people are. That's incredibly arrogant of a stance to be in. And it is so hypocritical because we don't like, no one likes to be preemptively judged, right? No one likes that. Like, I don't like to be judged. You don't like to be judged. So if you're doing it back, you're a hypocrite. You know what I mean? Like, you think that it's just justified because you're saying this person deserves to be judged. And you're the person who
wrong.
And you're the person who decides that person deserves to be judged. That is exactly where every single person who's ever judged you came from.
Exactly.
And if you can't see the like polarity in that, like it's like, I'm sorry, then you are closed off to the idea. And so like when we're talking about the straight guys here, when we're talking about the gay guys doing the same thing, they're all doing the same thing just from different directions. In the direction they're coming from,
there's a two clan war there. Like at Johnson's, you're saying?
Yeah, and it's like
my
argument is the direction it's coming from isn't the problem. It's the fact that it's coming from any direction. Is the problem.
Some of the guys that come in at 10, you know, like the super macho, whatever, the ones like, whatever. Some of them are so nice to me now. Give me their personal Instagram. They're like, you know, I used to think like, you know, you're like the other gays. I'm like, I don't even ask, but like, what does that even mean? And you're like, oh, you're actually pretty cool. Now I can get access to you. Like, I get that, like, we're all jaded in that environment, but there's clans there. It's like the straight versus the gay, and it's like so stupid. It's so dumb.
And like with the women thing, like I like when women come in, but like I said, it's not that I have a problem with women coming in. I have a problem with how they act when they come in. And so if they just change
it's a gay bar.
If they just change that, it's not the fact that they're women. It's the way they act. Does that make sense? Because like I feel the same. That if Johnson's was filled with straight biker looking dudes, but they acted respectful, I would be fucking fine with that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like I would be all I care about is if you treat me with respect or you treat the place with respect. I could give a shit if you're gay, straight, trans, what color you are, like how you're dressed. I could give a shit. All I care about is like how respectful are you to other human beings? And like that's been my life lesson is like I really could care what someone's path in life is as long as they're respectful to other human beings. I don't really care, you know, because one, I'm never gonna like align paths with everybody, like, and I align paths with almost nobody, you know. So like It's more like can you put your own ego and your own insecurities aside to just let somebody else exist? And can you also like have the foresight to respect them regardless
And know
of
where
what
you're
you're
at. If you're a
right?
straight woman going into a gay bar, know where you're at. Doesn't mean you're not allowed in there. It doesn't mean that we don't want you there. But this is a safe place, whatever. It's a space for men to go. Just like if we came to your straight bar and we all came in and, you know, and we're disrespectful to you, or we're like, like a lot of gay guys do not like women. That is a
Right.
thing.
Yeah.
Like I have friends, we're
And
out at Twist, and
they're
like,
wrong for that.
they
That's
are.
it's
We're
yeah,
at Twist,
you
and they're like, "Why are there so many women here?" And I'm like, "It's a fucking fun bar. That every straight people go to
right.
gay bars because they're fucking fun.
Right.
The music's better. Everything's
Don't
great."
judge them based on being a woman, judge them based on the way they're acting.
Exactly. And you're at a gay strip club, so make sure you're tipping, and you're not in here to be hooking up with anybody. But that should go for any customer, gay, woman, whatever. It doesn't matter. But just tip. Everyone needs to fucking tip. That's the problem. And there has been a culture of women coming in and not tipping, and that's where the connotation comes from. Because I know you have a video out talking about women at the club. I've seen it, or it's part of an interview or something.
Mm-hmm.
But it's not that you're being sexist. It's just that there's been a repeated kind of culture of non-tipping for some reason. But it's too complex with the dancers being straight and this, that, and the other.
Yeah, and like you know, like to touch on what you said, when I go to a straight strip club, I'm not going up on stage and twerking and like
yes, or getting on the pole. You know what would happen to us if we did that?
Right. Like I don't like.
You know what would happen if we even tried to go onto the stage? They get up there.
Right. Like I don't like, you know, I respect that this place is now women like being a fantasy for straight men. And so when I go there, like, you know, like for example, like I'm not religious and I'm very anti like a lot of religions, but I don't go to a church and start being like, fuck Jesus. You know what I mean? Like I don't do that. That space are for people like I'm gonna respect that space. You know what I mean?
I've also had instances where guys do it too. I'm not saying this, but women will come in and I'm not the ideal. They can tell that I'm gay instantly, and they'll make it known. Like, oh, he's. Meanwhile, I'm the only one doing anything on stage. I don't need you to like me, but like, don't act like I'm like the dirt under your shoe because I don't have the straight look for you. Like, you know what I mean? And again, that's not just women. And there's a lot of amazing women. Like last night I did the little boy competition. I lost because there was politics involved, but besides the point. This woman came up to me. She's like, "Can I have a lighter?" I'm like, "Sure." I gave her a lighter, and she's like, "You should have won." Like, you know, she was so sweet. She was tipping me. I'm like, "No, I don't work here. It's good." But like, I'm not talking about all women, but there's just that. Yeah, the getting on the bar. When I go to a straight strip club, when I go to a female strip club, I bring so many fucking ones. It's not even funny. I brought my cousin to the first time. He never been. I was like, "I'm gonna take you," and I was like, "Here's $100 in ones. If you want to get more, get more. But you need to be. You're not gonna come in here and just
be a looky
waste
loo.
everyone's
Yeah,
time
yeah.
and look at it. You're not getting a free fucking grab and go look. Like, no."
I would totally pay to see Crush try to use a pole. Jax,
He uses the pole
I'm pretty for my size and like not
for
being.
what he can manage with his
I'm
mass.
pretty good at the pole. I do more on the pole than most dudes on the, like club.
Yeah.
Like I can do the standing one leg hang, no hands. You know what I'm really good at is the roof stuff.
The ceiling.
Yeah, so like hanging from the ceiling bars.
We have rafters at Johnson's.
Yeah, so
clubs,
like,
I don't know if they have that. Their ceiling's very low at Johnson's.
Yeah, I do that. I do that a lot where I hang upside down from the thing. Like, yeah, no, just because I'm a big fucking straight. See, there's a judgment. You think because I'm big and muscular that I won't do nothing. No, I try.
Crush does a whole routine. He goes in the ceiling and he hangs down and like fucks with people. I mean, it's like a whole, I've seen it.
Yeah, see, that's what we're talking about right there. We're talking about just because I look like I can't do nothing on the pole. I can't. I'm not Tarzan. Even if I trained for 10 years, I couldn't be Tarzan.
No one is Tarzan.
I would break the pole. The pole would fall off if I did.
I'm questioning myself in the interview. Like, Why did I say I'm a natural? He's trying. No, Tarzan's actually talented.
Yeah, Tarzan is probably one of the best pole dancers that I've seen in my X amount of years.
He's better than people that are in like Cirque du Soleil. Like I have friends who are in Cirque shows and like they're great on like flying pole and stuff like that. He doesn't do flying pole, I don't think. But he can fucking like he's won championships.
Yeah, I would say I put him in my top 5 for sure. We're like once you get to the top 5 for me, like it's very hard to tell who's better than who.
What am I the top 5 of for you?
Demon Twinks.
Who's beat me?
You're competitive about it. I love it.
I don't play to play. I play to win. So
I've never like created a list that you would be a part of, but
you're on a couple of my list. Anyway, let's get back to this show.
All right, we were almost done. We've got 3 minutes left.
We're really anticipating some final scene here. I wonder what it is.
I heard that.
Yeah.
And it's just disgusting. It's
Who said it?
I don't know who it was. I don't know their names like that.
Name drop. No, name drop.
Everyone has like stage name, real name. I can't keep track of it all.
And the funniest thing is those straight guys will do the most for the least.
Yeah, they'll do anything they'll let their ass get eaten for $20, and it's like when I go back there for one song, they want to rip off my underwear.
And I just don't like
it's
like
true.
For just like being a little bit on that side, and they're like they want me to be a part of their team, and I'm not.
Hearing the way Crush is reacting to me telling him about the slurs being used by the straight guys is really reassuring to me, and I know a lot of people are confused about what Crush's sexuality is, but he's definitely a participating member of the LGBT community, and he's here to stick up for
Silas
us.
said you're in, Crush. You're in.
My favorite is he's like, I know a lot of people are confused about Crush's sexuality. I'm confused about my sexuality.
We're working on it, Silas.
We're working on it. It's a work in progress.
Gentle sultry music, insects.
Silas is one of the sweetest people I know.
I know, he's so innocent. He's like so innocent, like for real. I don't even know why he wants to be my friend.
Seriously, it's not even over. I was just going to sleep, normal night after work, super exhausted. I turn off the light.
First of all, let's.
That was a great pickup line. I know I didn't say anything.
Wait, what did you? What? Go back.
Holding your book.
I can't hear it. It's so hard for me to read. Like it's hard for me. To,
no, I said I didn't say anything. Me holding your book, you have to admit, was a great pickup line.
It was funny because it was upright when I walked in, but then when I walked in, it was like not upright. And I'm like, seriously, it's not even upright.
It was my attempt to be funny. I think I'm shocked that Crush is reading a book. Ian, you should see my library. I have a library in my house with hundreds of books that I have read. There's another judge. Yeah, he said, I think I am shocked that Crush is reading a book. That's another judgment because I look the way I look. People think that I can't read.
I have a really nice bookshelf. You should see my bookshelf. I will show you later.
I have an entire library. I have read so many books in my life. Like I literally have a huge section in my living room just of books that I've read. I used to, especially when I was in my 20s, I read so many books.
I didn't have a TV until last year. I had just books in my living room.
And I'm dyslexic, so reading isn't like the easiest thing, but like I've powered through a lot of books. I've read some if you haven't read Jax, there's a book I want you to try to read. It's one of my favorite books. It's called The Long Walk to Freedom. It's written by Nelson Mandela. Try to read that book. Dude, his writing style is insanely complex and technical. It is super hard to follow, but if you can get through it and you can get the message, it's a great fucking book. But that is to this day, I think one of the hardest books I've ever read in my entire life. because of like
Wow.
his writing style is so complex. And he's like, you can just tell he's like our generation's Buddha. Like that dude.
Oh, okay.
If you want to read,
I'm writing it down. I'm writing it down.
Yeah, A Long Walk to Freedom. Best book in the world, in my opinion, but also one of the hardest ones to read. Like
the autobiography.
Yep. No, yeah, there's two books. There's the one that somebody else wrote about him, and then there's one that he wrote. It's called A Long Walk to Freedom.
I'm so embarrassed by this underwear choice.
Seriously. It's not even over. I was just asleep, normal night after work, super exhausted. I turn off the light. I look over.
I had you at that moment. I don't care what you say.
Crush is looking at me. I'm looking at him.
Whatever.
I'm realizing
It was the hand on the sheet.
It's about to fucking go down, and it went down.
You come here.
I'm not gonna say no.
You better not.
You know,
Jesus Christ, we're awkward. We're too awkward. We act so cool, but both of me and you are so awkward. Holy shit.
Like, is that what we actually look like when we're like being sexy time? Like, is that really what it looks like?
If that was one of my fan site videos, people would just be like,
unsubscribe.
For a chance, and I gave it to him, and I think that he's grateful that I gave it to him because, I mean, who doesn't want this holy hole?
you are so pretentious.
And then they play this.
So pretentious, dude. I can't believe we let them film that. Like
they were I don't know what I can say, what I can't say.
Remember,
but all I can say is
remember we were like, all right, y'all can go now. Like you got enough.
It's so awkward. I'm like, I feel like I'm on a porn set. And everyone was joking in my family. Is this the porn show? Is this porn? I'm like, sorry, I can't be saying that on time. I'm like, no, why would it be that? Meanwhile, but it didn't feel like it. I mean, I'd never been on that kind of a set before, but at the same time, I was like, this has got to be what it feels like.
I think he has a crush on
cameras and.
I've been crushed by Crush, but I'm not crushing on Crush.
You're so defensive about like you're so one of those people where like you will never let anyone know when you're how you actually feel. You'll always water it down so that you could be cool. Like like you're always like, yeah, he's cute, but then list some things you don't like about him. You'll never say you'll never say just a pure compliment to someone. You'll always like, or about someone, like if you're talking to your friend and they'll be like, hey, do you like that guy? You'll be like, yeah, he's really cute, he has a nice wee wee, but, and then say something about like, I don't, his hair, like he really can like do some of his hair, like you know, he's I hate his voice. Like you'll always like you'll never just say the nice thing without adding a mean.
Well,
like,
I think that's being more authentic. I'm not hiding. You asked my opinion. I'm telling you. I'm not gonna lie. Oh yeah, he's a great guy. Meanwhile, he's like an insane psychopath. But yeah, the dick's good.
That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about you've never like talked about a crush of yours. I'm not saying you have a crush on me. What I'm saying is like you've never talked about a crush, and that might be like from high school. I don't know that you're still doing where like, it's like, so that you don't look too vulnerable, you know, like,
I will say,
because you've done it. You did it with Silas. You did it with Ellie. You did it with me. Like,
no, I always said I liked Ellie, but the issue with Ellie is that we don't like, we're sister zoned. Like we can't. We're like we won't work.
But I know, but my point is there's a caveat to every person you like.
If you're with me at lunch on the street and I see a hot guy, you're gonna know.
But there's a caveat. When there
might be.
If that person's in the group, when it's a complete stranger, you feel safe. But if person's
in and out, get them in, get them off, get them out, rack them, pack them, stack them, out.
But if the person's in the friend group, you add the caveats.
I don't like to fuck my friends. For example, when we were living in this house, I genuinely.
It's too vulnerable. It's too vulnerable. You don't like
it. It is. And also, it's like, you know, that's something I need to work. I actually was talking about
You do
this with
need to
one of-
work on that. You need to be
Well, I
more
was talking about one of
vulnerable
my
with your
clients
friends than
today.
you are with strangers.
But for me, I don't like to have sex with my friends. To me, it's something I don't like to do. That is something I need to work on because sometimes it is healthy. Like it's fine. We're fine. We're still friends. It's not weird.
I prefer to have sex with my friends.
See, I don't. I'd rather, like I said, get them in, get them off, get them out.
Yeah, I know, but my friends.
And then have my friends in actual connections.
I'm actually safer with my friends than I am with strangers.
I don't have that many gay guy friends. That's my problem. They're not easy to become friends with.
You're not easy to become friends with. Look at the hurdles I had to jump to become friends with you.
Oh, you wanted to be my friend that bad?
Yeah, I really wanted to be your friend.
You wanted me in the sheets.
No caveats. See, I can say that. I wanted to be your friend.
I think you're just
no
easy.
caveats.
You're just easy.
Hey, don't slut shame.
I'm not slut shaming. I'm a whore. I just don't get paid for it.
I think he was trying to sound cool when he said that. Yeah, he did get crushed.
Oh my god, the book. Not the book. This is a holy book on the bed, and we're like,
it was.
Oh my
I
god.
think it was more sensual than that. Also, on top of it, on top of him.
We are so awkward.
Well, it was the way he was trying to get me to talk more about it. And I was
They
like,
kept trying to get me too. Like, and I was just like, I don't know what to say right now. God. I can't believe we're watching this. Is this allowed on Instagram?
I don't know.
Holy, see?
Crush and Jax. The sexual tension between Crush and Jax has definitely been building.
I was like, camera guy, you can go now.
They got real up in it. I was like, all right, I'm gonna one of my legs are gonna hit you.
And Jax is gone. He disappeared.
I got eaten alive. This was a pivotal moment in the show.
I love that like the like nail on the back. Oh, I love that. I remember that. I like it when people do that. No caveats. See, I said something nice. No caveats.
No, you just like that I was touching you. Oh my god.
Is there more? Wait, they're gonna tell us what happens in the next episode, right?
I think so, and I'm low-key kind of
Next,
interested to see.
After Crush and Jax's steamy night together, the house is buzzing.
I love a big man with a twink. It's hot, you know?
Is this just a fling or something more? Matt drops a bombshell.
So I've got a customer coming in from Miami. The guy drops his soda money. He's a well.
I have a question
Yet
about that.
he is coming into town.
Ask after we watch this.
Yeah, let's finish this now.
The dancers have one shot to impress.
Thinking Damien
There's crushing the pole.
And Damien finally comes face to face with his ex.
That is embarrassing.
But will it bring closure or open old wounds?
Oof.
Damn.
Okay. I'm gonna say it for next episode, but I have a question. So the customer that came in, that's the famous guy. Don't get me started on that. I'm not even gonna go there right now, but I'll do it when he shows his face. Then I'll comment on it. Anyway, did we do that dance thing? I'm being vague so we don't spoil anything for anybody, but I don't want to but I do need to ask the question. Is that when we did like a tryout for that? Is that not being shown? Like, wouldn't that have been shown, or is that going to be shown next episode before he comes into the club? Because you know how he came to the house first to give us some sort of lesson, and I wanted to literally rip my mic off and run out the door.
Oh, yeah.
I'm confused. I'm not trying to give it out, but I
wonder if they skipped that footage.
I hope so, because my eye rolling. You want to talk about me having resting bitch face or being not a team player?
I don't know who that guy is, by the way. I still don't.
A week before that, you know what? Since we're not talking about who it is, I will just say it. A week before that, I was invited to go out to this invite only gay party at this speakeasy in Miami. I typically would never be seen in those sort of places, and I will never go back, I don't think. It was so pretentious. You want to talk about Miami to a T?
Mm-hmm.
I don't do that. It was so uncomfortable. I saw Silas there, actually. And the guy that I was with his celebrity friends at this private table, and he like was not talking with me, but I'm like, you brought me here, and I'm uncomfortable. I don't know these people. I'm like, if anybody that's watching this knows, I don't have a fucking problem talking. So it just felt like they didn't want me. So and like I don't have insecurity. I can talk to anybody. It just was so awkward. So thank God Silas was there. Anyway, this kid was there, and the way he was, whatever, I was like, now you're forced to be on set with me. You thought I was just some nobody fucking twink from fucking like whatever at this party, and I couldn't sit or hang, whatever, even though I was with your friend. And when he came to the set, I was like, this is who it is. And he was like, hey. And I was like, you wouldn't even like look at me or acknowledge my presence when we were together for like 3 hours in a 12-person setting. But now you're like all like Miami. Oh my God, how are you? So good to see you. I don't even know who the fuck I don't even know your name.
I still have no idea who he is. I remember people asking people, who is he? And they're like, oh, he's blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, that does nothing. Like, I really still have no idea. But I think, do you remember who it is? Do you know his name?
Well, I shouldn't be saying this much stuff. His music's actually played in the background of a lot of the scenes.
Can you text it to me?
Yeah.
Is he more famous than me?
Yeah.
Because he didn't feel like it.
I know, it felt like he was like some like kid from like the neighborhood down the street.
Everybody knew who I was. Nobody knew who the fuck he was.
He's really like actually famous. I mean,
where though?
He has 100 music and Instagram is 129,000. I mean,
all right. And how long has he been doing Instagram?
I don't know. It's 127 posts.
Yeah, but like what? Like I've been doing it for 2 years. I've got 75,000.
His first post was in 2021, allegedly. Listen, he might be a nice person. I just find it funny that I was out and I didn't feel like this was a nice person when I was out.
Well,
and I was observing everybody.
Hold up, send me his Instagram.
I did. I hope I sent it to you. Jesus Christ.
I haven't gotten it yet.
Who did I send it to?
All right, because
doesn't follow me back. Like we were on a TV show together, and you know exactly who I am. You saw me twice.
Let's look at the engagement.
Actually, I don't follow him at all, but hold on, and I won't unless we have a conversation. I just don't like that pretentiousness. You were out. You treated me like I didn't exist, and then we're on a show together. And now you can be like friendly with me. Like I didn't do anything for you not to like me.
Yeah, but that's Miami, bro. That is Miami.
It is, but also
LA.
It's not. I have great. It is, and I agree with that.
I know that there's people who aren't like that, but what I'm saying is like a lot of Miami culture is like that.
1,000,000%, and I totally agree with you. But you're in the entertainment industry. You just assume that I'm some fucking pauper on the street, nobody, and now we're on a show together, and now it's like that's awkward, isn't it? And I was being nice, nothing but nice. I think people think that I'm pretentious, especially watching the show. Like in the interviews, I'm very like fiery and like spit fiery. But I'm reacting and I'm poking and provoking. I'm literally doing the job of being on, like, you know what I mean?
Okay, so he's pretty much just a singer. He's just a singer. Oh, he follows me. He follows me.
He follows a lot of my he follows literally basically everyone from the cast except for like I don't know what I only
had one interaction with him, and it was so like he was being for the cameras that like I got no real interaction basically, so I don't know anything.
I just didn't like that. Like he was giving us because he was a dancer at one point. I said it in the interviews. I was
he like that off camera? Because I never talked with him off camera.
Off camera, he didn't talk. He didn't have actual. What I didn't like. This is what I didn't like, and I hope I'm not spoiling it. It was that he had gotten out of the industry, and now he's a famous singer, and he's gonna teach us, like, how to be stars or something. It was like he's gonna teach us how to be, and I'm like, okay, I don't need this. It's making me feel like I'm gonna be 100% honest. It made me feel like I was less than.
Well, other than Ellie, which one of us want to be singers?
Nobody, but it was like it was as if he reached success. It wasn't even about singing. It was like he used to be where we once were, and that's what I didn't like, that insinuation. Where am I? I feel
Yeah.
fine.
Also, a
I know
lot
I'm
of
acting
this,
like I'm not
a
because I'm
lot
reacting,
of
but I just
a lot of becoming famous is luck.
and it doesn't mean you're anything. You might have nothing to your name, like we were talking about earlier. Like you could have 1 million followers, but literally, like they could have.
I mean, that's what I'm saying. Like, I have
There's so many
75,000.
things.
I have 75,000 followers on Instagram, but like, a lot of it was luck. You know,
Yeah,
like,
and like a post blowing up out of luck or like something, but it doesn't mean that you're a millionaire.
well,
Maybe you are, but
think about this. Like, even this show. The only reason I'm on this show is I met Matt Cullen. You know what I
and the
mean?
only reason why
Like,
I'm on the show is because you met Matt Cullen, and then I didn't
right?
like it.
Like, yeah. So
But
like, it's not like I don't attribute it to like, oh, like I was so influential that they had to have me. No, it's like I met Matt, and then it happened that our interview did well on YouTube, and that led to this. Like, it's not. I didn't
and I don't
really.
think that it's just him. I'm not saying, I'm not pointing the finger at him and making fun of him or like being angry at him or Matt. I just didn't like the setup, and I just was like, and then he like was coming over and like touching our like nose. I'm like, don't touch.
It
Like,
was
what?
very condescending.
I'm
That
like,
I think
I
that's the
don't need
word. I
this.
think that's the word you're trying to get at. Is
Yes,
his
and
attitude was very condescending.
the way that I'm acting right now is seeming as if like I'm like I am actually offended by it. Like I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna pretend that like I don't care. It was TV. No, like it was really happening, and I was just like, what is this? What is this? I don't know. I don't know. And I think maybe I'm reading into it wrong. I don't think anybody else cares that much. I think it was just because I had seen him out in public literally a weekend before we filmed.
Maybe that's it. Because I haven't thought about that guy once since the show.
I never think about it, but I'm thinking about it now because Matt just said, "Oh, we have a customer coming in," and he brought dancers with him that are his friends allegedly. That after the show were working at Johnson's. They got jobs at Johnson's. The two guys that were dating that he brought, they broke up this year, but they worked at Johnson's. The one still does. So you're bringing your fancy for like, oh God, I can't. I'm saying too much, but it's just like I didn't like it.
I get what you mean. Because like I don't feel any better. I technically broke out of the industry before we even did the show.
But you know what? I'm going to group us as SWs.
I really don't feel like I'm better than anyone else on the show. Like
Me,
I
yes,
I
and I
took
think
a
that's why
different path.
I can actually hang out with you for over an hour or 2 hours. But the thing is, I'm sensitive to all of it. I think because I had my own shame. I had shame from other people, like in my family and my friends, but I had my own shame to deal with, and I kind of overcame it. So now I feel defensive for like other people. Like when like this guy on Grinder today wanted to hire me for yoga, and I said, "Listen, I'm not an escort. I'm taking this seriously. You will just get yoga." He's like, "That's disgusting. Why would I assume that?" I said, "Because it happens every time someone knows I do yoga." And I said, "And also, it's not disgusting. People need to pay their bills." Like I am very offensive, like defensive over that industry, all of it. Whether it's what you do,
I am the same with because to me it's all slut shaming. Like I had a conversation.
It's just
Yeah, I had a conversation with a girl about that the other day where she was like, she made the statement that like she doesn't know a single hot girl that's been with a lot of guys that isn't dirty. And I was like, what do you mean dirty? And two, like this sounds like this girl, like, first of all, your standards when it comes to sex, there is no like better or worse. There's just like you can make the argument for safe and unsafe, but like someone who like it's like kink shaming. I don't like it when people kink shame either. Like
yeah, I'm
it's
not into
like
a lot of kinks, but I don't care. Do you, boo?
do
I'm not
you
doing
if
it.
you want to hook up with everybody, like that doesn't make you any less of a person than the person who doesn't hook up
We're
with
not
everybody.
living in like ancient Babylon or whatever, like in
Yeah,
biblical times.
and
If you want to
people
go out and do it every night, 5 times a day, who cares? It's you in your bedroom. It's like same thing with being homophobic. Who gives a fuck? Like why do we care?
and
How many? What's sex? It's just sex. It's
I also don't like it when escorts do that with how much they charge. Like when like someone's like, oh, he or she, because they both do it, he or she only charges this much. And I'm like, and then they're like, I would only do that for this much. And I'm like, that doesn't make you better. Like I can do that right now. I can literally be like, I'm not doing that for 20,000. I'm only going to do that for $20,000. So now that puts me this much higher on the, escort
It
totem
doesn't
pole.
make you.
No, it doesn't. Like
There's
that's
no
just
escort competition, and also
like
I hate when they're also like, I would never pay for sex. I'm like, okay,
like
that's great. You think that you're that hot shit. I do, and everyone's like, why do you do that? And I'm like, because sometimes you want what you want. Or you want something, or you're having an idea for something.
Convenient. There's like I don't like it doesn't make you any better or any worse whether you do it or don't do it, whether you pay for it or don't or get paid for it, how much you pay for it versus how much you get paid for it. None of those things are like accurate standards on judging someone like
exactly
someone's character or like value. It makes no sense to me. Like I hate it when people are like, oh, I wouldn't like they're acting like they're better than because they charge more. Like I'm like, no, that's just you. Like that's what you're willing to do. And what somebody else is willing to do, it has nothing to do with you. Like there's no like, because like I charge X amount for X services. That's just what I personally came up with for myself based on my variables, because my variables are also different. Like mine have more to do with my time,
That's
like,
how I am. I'm not doing
so
anything.
busy.
I don't do stuff, but I will spend a whole day with you. I will.
Right. I'm so busy all the time that like, it's like to get me to go somewhere like, and take the risk that I'm taking, like whatever. I'm also my social battery's always low now because I'm so busy that
I don't want to talk about
right. And then it goes the same. Like when I want to pay for it, it has a lot to do with my time. You know what I mean? Like,
it's easy. There's less conversation. There's less discussion. It's the whole get him in, get him off, get him out, and not in a rude, condescending way. But it's just like I want what I want when I'm going to get it. It's booked. I don't have to ask the other. When you hook up on Grindr, it's like a fucking hour-long conversation. I got to go get ready, girl.
Oh my God. Imagine what it's like with women. Like if you think hooking up with guys is hard,
I'm not being sexist, but I have a question. Do they require?
I'm so jealous that I'm not gayer than I am. Like you have
Wait,
no
is it because
idea.
they want to go to dinner and all that, or am I being sexist? I generally want to know, like, is it because they want to go to dinner? Or
yes, that's an element to
Well,
it,
that's a
and
big
that's oversimplifying it. But like, I'll put it this way: if I wanted to hook up with a guy right now, especially in the position that I'm in, right? Like, fucking easy, right? Like comparatively, if you're comparing it to and people say, oh, it's because you're hot and you have a following and you're a sex icon, whatever. Like, yes, all those things make it easier, but like even the most average people I know that are gay are having way easier time getting sex than like really good looking straight guys in the straight community, because the culture around it is different, and it's not women, it's the culture in the heterosexual community, both with guys and with women. So first of all, slut shaming in the hetero community is 1,000x bigger than slut shaming in the gay community, right? So like,
oh yeah, I mean, gays are just so hypersexual,
right? And I think straight people are just as hypersexual as
they
gay
are.
people, right? The difference is,
I mean, men at least, but women,
but,
I know, I hear the conversations.
Right. And what they've done is they've slut shamed their culture into like a very conservative, corralled, and then sex is more about status than it is about sex in the heterosexual community. Where like in the gay community, it's mostly just about sex.
It's
like,
stress relief.
Like there is status, but it's rarely that's the biggest element to why two people are having sex with each other. And the straight community, and they will say everything to justify it, but like I've been watching it, I've been in it my whole life. And especially since I started hooking up with men, I see the differences much more. Like, and women sleep with men for status. And that can come in the form of money, prestige, fame, security. You know what I mean? Like it could come in all those things. They don't sleep with men because they're attracted to them. They're attracted to them like and they can't, like they have to be getting some sort of status out of it. And so if you want to sleep with a woman, you have to provide a bunch of status to this woman, which is expensive in a lot of ways because it either costs money, you have to be famous, you have to be well respected in the community or something, or like, you know what I mean? And that's a lot more effort. Like me and if it's rare that I've hooked up with a girl and the only reason we hooked up is we liked each other and we were attracted to each other. That happens with men a lot more. We're like, that's why I say like I like hooking up with my friends with men because it's like we like each other, we're attracted to each other, let's have sex. You know what I mean?
So it's transactional.
Yes, it's more.
But
it's
let's be
more
honest.
hookery than actual hooking.
Most relationships in the entire universe are transactional.
Right.
In fact, they all are.
Right, but
let me ask you this: what you're saying.
A lot of times you've hooked up with men simply because you liked them and they were attractive, right?
Oh my god, they're hot as fuck, and I need stress relief. It's stress relief.
And then maybe also just you like being around them. They were cool dudes. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
And that's about it. That's about it. Like, it's not because of the car they drove. It's not about because they were famous. It's not, you know what I mean?
I would be so rich right now if I could fuck somebody because of the car they drove, or the bank. I would be the best hooker in the entire hooker nation.
Mm-hmm. And
like, I cannot do it. I literally can only do it if I'm attracted to the person. I've turned down so much money in the club.
Same.
Outside the club.
Same.
I've lost.
Dude, I've said no. I've said no so many times just because I didn't like the person. You know what I mean? Like,
I've loosened up that wall a little bit, but not to the point of.
But that's me. That's my value. Like, I would rather get paid less from a less attractive person who I really like hanging out with and being around, and I just like them as a person, than hook up with someone for more money that I hate. They're more attractive and they have more money and they're offering me more, but I hate their guts. Like, I can't, like, it's almost like there's no amount of money you can offer me almost at that point, like realistic amount. Like, obviously if you're going to go into like the 7 figures, like I'll just be a total hoe, but like, it's like most of the time it's like I'm more like, and that's the way I'm in my regular sex life too. It's like if I don't like you, I have so much trouble hooking up with you. You know what I mean? Like, it's just, I don't care what your job, you can work at McDonald's. Like, to me, like, I just don't care about that stuff. Where like a girl will never hook up with a guy that works at McDonald's. You know what I mean? Like, she'll never hook up with a guy living with his parents. She'll never hook up with a guy that's under 6 foot. She'll never hook up with a guy. You know what? I'm not kidding. Like, that's the standard.
I know. I've heard all of the
right. And it's like,
the 6 foot thing. It's huge.
And I almost hate it when because they'll say like, I have more to offer than a lot of guys in the straight world because I'm 6'4", 6'5". I'm tatted up. I have money. I have status. And like, they'll tell me this is why I like you. And I'm like, I don't want to, now I don't, because if that's why you like me, like, you don't like me for me. If that's why you like me, you don't like me for me. And like, so this is very surface level. And then because of that, I feel no chemistry. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And
you can't get anything done. Yeah,
right. Where like the same amount of men have wanted to hook up with me since I was homeless. You know, like they just like me and they think I'm cute and they want to hook up. Like, and I much more, that's more authentic to me. You know what I mean?
I have a question. I'm thinking deep into it. Do you think that in some instances, the reason why the woman has these prerequisites is because women naturally are inclined to have more of the need of an emotional connection, whereas in the gay in the gay world, it's stress relief, it's dopamine, it's we think you're hot, let's just fuck, let's get over with. We're hypersexual, we have a lot of testosterone, we fuck. Most of us don't actually, we're not looking to like, we don't need the emotional whatever. I do, But after like couple hours, I'm like, we're good. Out.
Yes and no. Yes and no. So yes, I do think they need the emotional thing, but it's like for all the most superficial surface level shit.
But those things can make somebody feel safe. Like if you have status, money, fame, that can make them feel safe that they have some sort of
right. But that's what I'm saying. It's like for the most pretentious.
It's not okay, but
it's like for the most pretentious reasons. Like it's not because the man is respectful to them. You know what I mean? Like women don't hook up with men who are respectful. They say it all the time, but look at you. Look, you have a lot of girlfriends, right? How many tool bags do these motherfuckers hook up with?
Well, exactly.
Because they have a nice car, or like they're famous, or they have money. You know what I mean?
Yes, I do think though that there is a culture, and I think it happened after the really big rise of feminism. I think now, because there was such a pendulum swing where it was like fuck men, but now there's like, okay, yes, I'm feminist. You know, like we need to have equality.
And I'm feminist too. I'm very feminist.
Exactly. I just think that they're trying. Well, no, I shouldn't say they. Some of them are trying to find respectful men, but really, that is a common, I guess you could say, theme. I have seen it a lot in my friends. Some of them are in relationships; they can't get out of them because of the
toxicity. Yeah, because they put
like they're financially stuck now.
They went, and I just think they need to reorder their priorities. Is my opinion. Like they go for the car, money, fame, status first, and then they hope to get the respect after that. Where I think what they should do is look for respectful men, and then the cherries on top are the car, money, fame, status, right?
It will come, yeah. Right? I think this is a lot for emotionally immature or unstable women or men too, but women, yeah.
And so what I think it is like a lot, and like, you know, for example, like I just think their priorities are a little bit fucked up. That's all I'm saying. And it makes the dating and sex culture a vicious cycle.
See, I don't know that much that deep because I have girlfriends, but you're in that. You're actually having sex with people. Yeah. I am not there. I have girlfriends and we gossip or whatever. Yeah. But I'm not really. I'm not on the recipient side. I'm just on the girl side, the girly side. I'm not the man trying to.
And it's not. It's not all women's fault. I think it's both men and women equally on the straight side. And it's a cycle that they've created that's never ending. So one, men are insecure about how many women have slept with because it challenges it creates competition for them. So they've in this clever way rationalized the idea that a woman that has been with lots of men is lower value. And they argue it. You see it like there's what's that podcast in Miami, Fresh and Fit, where like the entire thing is just slut shaming women, right? And they do it from a like, oh, you're lowering your value to men thing. And I'm like, shut the fuck up, you
but
small
they're cheating and they're fucking with their little micro penis.
Right.
Get the fuck out of here.
And then women do the same thing. They do the same thing where like because of that, what just happened where men are judging them, they're suppressing themselves, right? They go out and they don't hook up with men because they don't want to lower their value because they've adopted that standard, right? But then when they see another woman doing it, like hooking up freely and like sexually exploring, they will also slut shame her because they want her to suppress herself the same way they are suppressing themselves. And so they're feeding into the cycle. And it just never ends. And so it's like if any girl or guy, like I did, breaks away from that cycle and says like, I'm not going to like value people based on their sexual activity, they immediately attack that person, right? As a group together. And it's literally like, because all men want a really slutty woman just only for them. Because it makes them feel safe inside.
And they can go to the club after and do their thing and have their Instagram girlfriend and all this shit.
And then women are suppressing themselves so that men value them more. So when they see another girl breaking away from the cycle of, you know,
and being a slut or whatever.
And being a slut, it comes from like, I want to be a slut, but I'm not being one because I've been told that it lowers my value as a human being. So why the fuck is she doing it? Fuck her. She's a whore. She's dirty. She has STDs. You know what I mean? Like,
I was raised like that, to think like that. It's so funny. I
right.
don't know I think because I rebelled against my family when I was like 18 and just kind of like moved out, whatever. I think I saw a different light, or I think I was just exploring my sexuality, and I was hooking up all the time, and then I was like, wait, how many people have I fucked? Oh my god! Like I didn't even. And now, I mean, like I'm sure the same thing. You don't.
Right.
I don't even
But
know
see,
who I fucked.
but see, because of that. Oh, thanks for the follow. Because of that, uh, because of that, most gay men have had a coming out experience, right? Which straight people never had. And so, like, I would actually argue my coming out experience was not me coming out sexually. It was me getting sober, where I was like being more accepting of myself and I'm just going to be myself. That is what coming out is. Like, if you want to, like, really, like, if, like, regardless of the sexual, like, I'm coming out as gay, like, coming out as gay is literally just being, I'm going to be myself.
I'm accepting myself.
That's what coming out is. And so that like switch in mindset automatically makes you more authentic as a person, generally speaking. Yes, there's cases, we've talked about the internal homophobia, whatever, but like generally speaking, and I think that's where the culture comes from in the gay community, where it's more authentic and less pretentious. Yes, it does happen. Yes, we all know gays. Like, I know, whenever I make these statements, people always go, no, I know lots of gays that are fucking, and I'm like, no, like, I'm just talking generally, like, it overall, like, and that's why I have my experience sexually with gay men has been easier, more authentic, more fun for me, because it all the things that are so surface level and superficial are usually not attached to that experience the way it is for me when I'm hooking up with women. And so I have a harder time because there's a lot fewer women that are detached from the notion of like sex is a status thing. And like generally those are the only women I'm willing to hook up with. So it's very few of them, because most women have this ideology that men have created, you know, of like,
and it all came from, that's the thing. It's the funny part. It came from men.
right. And it's like, honestly, if women just detached themselves from that ideology as a whole, it'd be the most feminist thing that they could do, you know, like,
yeah,
because men will follow suit. Men are retarded. They will do whatever women tell them to do. And so like women have created this prerogative of like, you have to love me and, you know, spoil me and protect me in order to have sex with me. So men are faking that in order to have sex with them. Where if women
it's coming off in a way of like control and like and suppression. It's, oh my god, it's a vicious cycle.
And so if women just said, all you need to do is respect me, and if I'm attracted to you and like want to have sex with you and want to have sex with me, I'll have sex with you, the whole culture will change overnight, and men will be more respectful and less, you know, controlling and less slut shaming, because those men will die out. They won't have sex. You know, if women stop having sex with men who are slut shaming women, they will die out. That's how nature works, because no one will be fucking them. But the problem is as a whole, the society has adopted this like slut shamey attitude towards straight people having sex with each other. We're breeding more people like that, you know? So if they just stopped, and it's like, then the men who are respectful to women are the ones that are actually getting the women, then that whole culture will change. Or honestly, if there was a way, I don't know how we would accomplish this. If there was a way we could get straight people to come out, you know, if there was a way we could get straight people to come out,
we have to get rid of like every world religion, I think.
Yeah, I do think it all stems
Actually,
from
maybe
that.
the nuke should have. Maybe they should just release the nuke. We can just restart, and then we'll save gay people in the bunkers, and then whoever like, and some straight ones that don't give a fuck, and then it's like when you have a disease and you're breeding like a fish, you keep the ones that like survive the plague and only breed them, and then they're resistant to the plague. We could just like keep normal people.
Well, remember before Christianity and Islam, how like when you read about the sex the Vikings and the Romans and the Greeks were having, doesn't that just sound like a lot what the gays are doing?
They're in their Roman Empire. The
Like,
gays are just living ever endlessly, infinitely in their Roman Empire.
the sex the gays are having is so much more natural, in my opinion.
It really is. And honestly, and if you are somebody who's listening to this and you're like, why are they so sexual? If you do want to be with one person or nobody or be asexual or whatever, that's totally fine. I think that
yeah, some people are more sexual than others. But think about like the Vikings, the Greeks, and the Romans, very different cultures, right? Very different cultures.
But they were barbaric.
Bisexuality was very normal. And there was nothing wrong with it. Men had sex with men all the time. Non-monogamy was very normal. And trans people were actually revered as gods.
In India,
we have completely 180'd from that.
Because of colonism, it's insane. Like in India, a lot of the ancient like the deities and stuff like that, like men would dress up as these deities to worship them in like festivals and things like this. And trans or gender fluid art and fashion was so common. Jewelry. Now they're like anti-gay there. I mean, not all of them, and it's not. I just don't think it's it's not one of the, it's not.
No, they've
I don't know if
definitely
it's unsafe,
no, it is very unsafe. It's actually the highest rape rate in the world and highest pedophilia rate in the world is India. And
but what about gay though? I mean, that's a problem.
Yeah, no. I'm pretty sure that it was a huge controversy that they just made it legal or something there, and like it was like people were pissed and like, no, it's not
but
accepted.
it's crazy because back in the day, it was
parents
queer
are
as
there.
fuck.
My parents are there right now, and like,
really,
yeah,
what are they doing there? I'm going in September.
They're there for the Cricket World Cup, and yeah, South Africa is playing. South Africa's second biggest sport is cricket. Like, but I do think something switched 3,000 years ago, where or
Well,
2,000 years ago, and it's men tried to control women by saying that basically it's bad to be a slut because they were insecure that better men were fucking their women. And it was their way of lowering the standard for men. And I think since then, the standard that men used to hold themselves at has lowered every generation. And this is my argument for it, because when I first started being non-monogamous was actually before I started exploring my actual sexuality. One of the first things I did that was breaking away from the norm was being non-monogamous. And you know what non-monogamy taught me? It put so much pressure on me to be a better man, because now, instead of just corralling my partner away from all other options, I had to literally be better than all other options.
Before you continue, non-monogamy, I think sometimes people think that means that you have
multiple boyfriends or
it means many
girlfriends.
things. Yes, but I want you to touch on that because I know that I just recently found that out. I thought it meant you have like multiple partners and like you're in a committed relationship with them, and it can mean that. I know that, but people think that it really doesn't. Like it just means you're open and you can discuss and say, "Oh, I'm gonna go fuck Sabrina," and Frank was like, "Okay, bro, cool."
Just like sexuality, it's every single person in partnership can define it the way they want. And so like me and Frankie's non-monogamous relationship is different from every other group's non-monogamous relationship. And there's things like polyamory, which is what I think most people think all non-monogamy is, which is like you have multiple girlfriends, boyfriends, whatever, right? And then there's E&M, which is you're just sexually open. But then but see, the cool thing about non-monogamy, yeah, and I'm not saying non-monogamy is the way to go. I think you define it however you want. And monogamy is the right answer. Like, it's a preference thing, just like sexuality is, you know? So, but like what non-monogamy taught me is I'm not going to control my partner and be like, you're not allowed to like post on Instagram or like have the irrational ideology that like you're literally never allowed to be attracted to another person, because that's how intense it gets sometimes. Where like, why can't you just be like, even if you're like in that type of monogamous relationship, you can just say you can be attracted to other people, just don't act on it. You know, like that's more realistic, right? And like, and we can talk about it because I don't want you to hide it from me. And just because something makes you uncomfortable doesn't mean that it's wrong. Because non-monogamy made me so uncomfortable when I first went into it, like, because I was scared of my partner liking somebody else more than me. I was scared of somebody else having a bigger dick than me. I was scared, scared of all those reasons. I was scared of them because I attached it so much to cheating. And what I learned was, one, in a non-monogamous relationship, I actually am closer with my partner because there's a lot more open communication. So I actually
opens
learned,
the invitation for more communication. I
right?
can see that.
And through that communication, me and my partner are able to find whatever dynamic works for us. So like with me and Frankie, we don't want to have multiple boyfriends and girlfriends, and it's just mental bandwidth thing. Like, but there's nothing wrong with it because I know people who are in thruples, stuff like that, and that's what they like. And then I know people who are completely monogamous and they're happy too, but they have a similar style of open communication that me and Frankie have. You know what I mean? And like that open communication is the important thing. And non-monogamy taught me that. It also taught me that like my insecurities all come from myself and not what my partner is doing. And yeah, no, see, Ian, it's not being missed. We're talking about it. So nothing's being missed. Like I'm literally going that through non-monogamy. I learned that the communication and the openness and transparency is actually the important part, and not corralling your partner into whatever you want them to be. It's giving them the freedom to be themselves. And then if it works, it works. And if it doesn't, you don't drag it out longer than you need to. Because how many people do we know that drag these relationships out forever by just putting all kinds of barriers on it? And they should have just never been together. Mm-hmm. I never said an open relationship is easier than a closed one. I never said that. No. I said that it was when you're in an open relationship, you in order for it to work, in order for it to work, you have to have an open communication. And that open communication, like, isn't as like when you're in a closed relationship, a lot of times what people do is they just put barriers around it. And they don't actually have open communication. They just set boundaries and they don't have communication. And I never said you can't be. I said you can be. Like, what I'm saying is I learned this in an open relationship. I'm not. All right, dude. He said, why can't you be that way in a closed one? Jackson, am I saying you can't be like this in a closed one?
Let me read the comment. Hold on. In your particular relationship, you found that it brought you closer to your spouse because you were forced to be more communicative.
Right.
Yes, in every relationship, you're supposed to be communicative, but are there things that are happening that are not because there's not a lot of communication for a lot of other reasons? Yes, that is also true. But in this case, it forced you to be closer with Frankie because it made you have more vulnerable and more open. It gave you communication skills.
I'm using the context of my experience to explain what I learned, and I'm not saying that as an absolute. What I'm saying is, like, when I became non-monogamous, I had to challenge all my insecurities. And if I went my entire life without challenging my insecurities, I would still be insecure about those things to this day. And what I learned was, for example, like I said, was one, if if I have an open relationship, it puts more pressure on me as a man, and that is what made me uncomfortable in the first place. Is I didn't like the pressure. But pressure is what makes you a better person. Like it makes you grow. Like it's the way, well, I should say the way you react to pressure is whether or not you'll grow or you'll go downhill.
And that's how you stop generating karma.
Right. So the pressure for me to be like for example, with my partner, if I let them go out and date anyone else or be with anyone else, one, if they do that in an inauthentic, manipulative way, I'll see it right away. And then I will know that person's not for me. Because they'll do it in a closed one too. You know, it will be the same thing. Whether or not the relationship is open or closed doesn't make a difference. I would just argue it's even easier to see in an open one. But like in an open relationship as well, the other thing that it did for me was like, I know that my partner's with me because they do like me better than everybody else, not just because I limited them from being with anybody else, if that makes sense. Like that sounds more like a hostage situation, which I do think a lot of straight hetero relationships turn into. They turn into hostage situations. And not all of them, but a lot of them, because they just put out a study a few years ago that like the vast majority of straight marriages have infidelity. The vast majority. It's like 78% of them or something, which I'm like, okay, so in all of those relationships, they're being inauthentic with each other. Because infidelity doesn't just have to be sex with another person. It's any kind of deception or betrayal, you know.
There's so much of that, and it's so funny. I've been in like these like prestigious, rich, white yacht country club. A drama that is happening behind fucking as soon as they get into the car to leave the venue, or the shit that's going on, or the secrets, or the things that they know that they don't even care. Like the wife knows the husband's fucking the fucking lady at the restaurant. Like, it's just, and it just all looks like it's not, and everyone's acting like the open relationship or the non-monogamy is like this kind of like free ticket to be promiscuous. But no, you're already insinuating that there's
it's not legal cheating. That's not, I hate that statement because look,
it's their subconscious idea of what they think
legal
it means.
Cheating. No,
it's not. People just don't. I don't understand it. I'll be the first to admit. There was a guy that I liked. I've never dated anybody, which we discussed that last week. But I started to like this guy. I mean, I think I liked him. I don't know. Whatever. I recently realized I didn't like him. But we're at the beach, and I'm like in love, right? Everything's great. And then he's like talking about how he's polyamorous, and I'm like, instantly my heart sunk into my balls, and I was just like, I don't like him anymore. I can't do that. I thought I could. I liked the idea, and then I was like, no, I can't do it. But at that moment, I was 21, 20, and I was so not secure within myself. But also, I have gone on dates. I've never dated anybody, but I've done the exploration and with an open mind, and I don't think I'd be into it, but I don't think that there's anything wrong with it now. Before I was like, I realized, oh shit, I don't think this is a good idea, because I felt like it meant that you said legal cheating, or you're just able to just give your attention to someone. And it's like, whoa, like what are my values here? And for me, I can't say, let's say I have a boyfriend here and he's sitting in bed, and then I'm like, hey, let's have someone come over, or he's going on a trip, or I'm going on a yoga retreat to Colombia where all the hottest guys in the world live, and I can't do nothing. Like I might question that I would want to do something. And if he would do it, if he would go, wouldn't I want him to be able to have that opportunity? Just be safe, whatever. Like, he's not going to leave me for the fucking Colombian. I don't think. If he actually loves me and we're in this committed dynamic. But there's also relationships where people don't even live in the same house. We can't look at relationships the same way anymore. We have to get rid of the whole idea. It's not the picket fence anymore. There's no
it's
stop
the same,
unless you want to go. But
it's the same as the conversation we had about sexuality. It's like every single person's dynamic
just
is gonna be completely different. And
no one's normal. You're not
Right.
normal. And the more you keep trying to be normal to make everything feel safe and comfortable, and so your family just thinks everything's fine, because already being gay is already a lot for some people. Like, the more you keep doing that, you are going to, I don't want to over spiritualize it, but you're gonna have to come back to this fucking hellhole again.
Right. And like the way it should
And
go.
same struggle, same shame. Stop. Get rid of it. It's not easy, but just get rid of it.
People already like put this, like, it's literally become, there's only two things. Like, people think there's monogamous and non-monogamous, and then those two have these labels,
and they mean this,
and they mean this,
and they don't even mean that.
And like, they don't, neither of them. You know what I mean? Like, it's like monogamous has so many different variations to it, and that you'll never have enough labels for it. And it's the same with non-monogamous. There's so many different variations to it as there is monogamous. Like, and you'll never have enough, because, like, for example, like, even just me and Frankie's relationship is different from the last two non-monogamous relationships that I've had.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And it's like, they're not identical in any way, shape, or form. And like, what we find is, through the open communication, what works for us, and what, like, you know, what both of us want out of a relationship. And then we work on that, because what I want out of a relationship is different than what you want, or what anyone in chat wants, or what, and, you know, and like people, and like, you know, because people argue that so many gays are non-monogamous and they want monogamy. And I'm like, well, yeah, but like, you can't change that. You can't change that most gays are non-monogamous. What you're going to have to do is go find what works for you with the person, because it's also different with every person. The style of your relationship with every single person is going to be different if you want it to work. Otherwise, you're forcing somebody else to adapt to your thing. And a relationship is both ways. Like, it's like it's two people living life together, and they're not driving the same car. They're going through life together. And so, like, I think this whole idea of almost like pre-labeling things before we even get into them is closed-minded. Like, you have to go into everything kind of being like, I'm going to figure this out as I go, to some degree, because the labels, just like with sexuality, are so almost like, if they're not taken as a generalization, are detrimental, because you're setting rules that could conflict with what actually works.
Yes, and the more you can try to conceptualize it in your brain and try to identify with what you think these labels mean, the more you're going to, one, be judging yourself, and two, just expressing more of the internalized shame that you have for whatever relationship dynamic that's not working in your favor right now. I mean, I think that people just have these horrific I have, like, excuse me, Osho, the yoga guru from the 70s, started this commune, and it was so polyamorous-ish that it was like everybody was just doing whatever they like. It was all just one big mosh pit of orgy, sex, whatever. And then they were like living in communities and raising their children together. And I do not think, oh my God, I just talked British. I don't think that would work out at the end of the day. But how the fuck do I know? I don't think that's good for the kid. But maybe I'm being an asshole and judging right now, right? But I'm really just speaking for what I think I would want to do.
Right.
So I have to accept it. You have to accept it.
Yeah, but you're already coming at it with a, like, I could be wrong attitude, which is the right attitude.
Exactly.
Like,
and
you can have an opinion.
I'm literally just worried about the child. But again, I could still be insinuating that this is a wrong thing. It works. There's a lot of communes. They're hippies. They're not on the internet, but they exist even in Florida.
Also, they only work. They only work for some people. You know what I mean?
Exactly. And like I have a couple that they only have sex once with another. They're a gay couple. They only hook up separately with somebody one time. They can only do one guy once. Like, they can't repeat, because then it could interfere with whatever. And I think I got lucky because they've had me a couple times. But anyway.
So see, even in their model, it's open.
I'm the exception.
Like,
yeah.
so there's
I think we just need to just stop with these fucking. It doesn't mean like to have a fucking free for all. Like we need some sort of organization, but at the same exact time, stop projecting your idea of the perfect relationship and your excuses of why it won't work or will work, and just fucking exist and accept that it's not. It's going to be different every time. Instead of these people that are living these picture perfect monogamous relationships and they're secretly going behind each other's backs doing stuff because it's not
Yeah,
really what they actually want, but they need to fit in. And now you're out here living this cookie cutter dollhouse dream life, but
yeah, and you
really,
see it with
it's really
influencers
not
all
going
the
well.
time. Those couple influencers that are like influencers
Oh
as a
yeah,
couple.
they are.
Almost
There's
every
I've
single one of them, it comes out that they were fucking unhappy and cheating, and you know what I mean. Like almost every
and then
single one
they.
of them.
Oh my God, there's this one acro yoga couple, and the one guy texts my friend all the time. I'm like, stop texting him. He has the girlfriend on Instagram, but that's him too. Like he's playing a role, but they're in this monogamous, healthy, divine relationship. You know, yeah, it's real healthy art.
Right. And
But
like it's this
and
whole
now I'm
I
talking against monogamy, but I really am just saying
no.
you
But
gotta
no,
like.
you said something interesting though, which I give you credit for. It's like you haven't really dated much. So like what do you know? And like
What do I know? How can I judge any of
but
this?
I'll tell you what, like I'm from the other side of that. I've probably had 10 or 11 partners in my life, maybe even more. And I've been in God knows how many situationships, if you want to include those.
Am I? Maybe I was in some of those.
But like, I will to this day tell you I know so little. You know what I mean? Like, I just know what
But
I've.
you're literally meeting another soul. You're
Yeah.
living a life with them. You're still yourself, but you're in a different space than you were yesterday. You're
I'm
fusing your
also
energy with this
with
other
a
person.
different person. So like,
Exactly.
it's
And
gonna
now
be
you're
different.
the energy is different. So everything's different. You might have moved, you might have a different job, they're just
Your
maybe they're
goals
different
might have
gender.
changed. You
You're,
know,
yeah,
like
like I mean, it's never going so just stop with these fucking like have goals in life, I think, but don't get fixated on like rules of life. You know, as long as you're serving and uplifting others. In my dharma, my motto is, I know it doesn't look like it on the television show, but I think that you must uplift others, serve
mhm.
others, and uplift others. Make people like that's what my guru says. Uplift others.
No,
So
I
yeah, hee
I
hee ha
have
ha.
this
I'll tell you off if I love you.
I
Like
have
so, yeah,
this
you're gonna see me on.
I have this
Yeah.
conversation with people all the time where I'm like, if most of what you're talking about is how you disagree with something and complaining about it, or like saying that you know better, like you're not benefiting the world in any way, shape, or form. And it's wasted energy. So like as right as you might be about whatever you're saying, like you're literally contributing zero. So like for example, like with what we just talked about with like the cycle of slut shaming with men and women, particularly in the hetero community. Like I used to complain about it so much and like be like come from like a I know better stance.
Uh-huh.
And I still like obviously think I'm right about what my opinion is on the cycle that they're going through. But now I come from like I'm much happier coming from this new place, which is I'm not going to contribute to it. So like my main focus is I'm never going to contribute to the slut shaming culture that exists in the hetero community. And that's my focus. My focus isn't fighting it. My focus is
Yeah, that's the thing. Everybody wants to like
right.
cancel and bicker and this shit. Like
My focus is with every female that I interact with that she never feels slut shame with me. And that's so like I try to be that, and even if they don't like it, they don't accept it, they don't accept my ideology, that's fine. Like if you want to stay with the slut shaming ideology, you think that's the better one, that's fine. However, your experience with me is going to be the polar opposite of that. I'm going to show you that I don't care how many men you've been with. I'm not going to judge you for what your kinks are. I'm not going to judge you for, you know, what line of work you're in or what prices you set or like what your preferences are in men. I'm not going to judge you for any of that. And if that's because that's all I have control over. I have no
That's all you
control.
can do. You can
I
fight
have
the world and say and middle
right.
fingers up, but you just need to uplift those who are around you. Uplift, like
Hmm.
it doesn't matter. Like I cannot believe people think that people are more dirty. You either have STDs or you don't.
I know people who've gotten STDs after being with one person.
Exactly. So it's either you're clean in the moment or you're not. And I'm not saying you're dirty if you have STDs. I'm just saying
No,
you're not more dirty if you had 10 dicks in you. And you know how many
it
fucking people
doesn't.
I fuck
No.
in my 3 month appointment before I get tested every 3 months? Oh my God.
Right. And
And I
like
still am clean. I'm like, okay, well, I take protection measures,
I've been
but
with over 200 people in my life
how did you count? I can't even count.
because I counted the first 100 and like because I was and then the second 100,
I forget like the first one's name. I
the
don't even
second
know.
100 is documented.
Oh, well,
So like
you have a library. I don't.
so no, it's literally like there's
I
videos
do
of
have
most
one
of them.
sex tape out there, I will
Yeah.
say.
But anyway, I've been with over 200 people and I've never gotten anything. And I would say that before I got into SW,
You never had an estimate. Wait, go back.
and then well, let me
And you do.
rephrase. I did get HPV, but like, does that even count? 99% of people have that.
Yeah, it doesn't really like.
They literally like the doctors like 99% of people have this.
Yeah,
Like,
it's just and it goes away. It comes. It's like a herpes. It's herpes.
yeah, but
It's
like
HS.
I've never gone to
HPVs.
I've never
Yeah.
gone to a testing clinic and done a full panel and had something come back positive in my entire life.
Really?
Never once. I had actually, so that's a lie. One time I did a second test. It came back negative. They called it a false positive. So like, yeah, because
But what do? You do PrEP, dot, and doxy, I guess.
yeah, now, and I didn't for a long time, right? And I was much dirtier, quote unquote, like much less safe before I started SW. And I also then never got anything. And I like
That's wild.
so
I've gotten
statistically, I'm
stuff.
just lucky. Like statistically, I'm just lucky, you know? And like, yeah, I don't know anyone who has HPV. Yeah, because like no one even said, like most people don't even get tested for it. And they don't test for it unless you have an outbreak. And that's the only reason I went and got tested for it was I had an outbreak. And they said it was correlated to, they said I could have had it since I was a teenager. I was just asymptomatic. And then
Yeah.
I got meningitis or something. And that made the outbreak come out because I had
Stress from the
I had
body.
another illness that made me break out. And
Yeah.
the lady at the clinic literally was like, we don't even test for this because we just assume everyone has it. And like the
Yeah,
only
you know what it is? If you have a wart as a kid, like I used to get them on my
Uh-huh.
feet as a kid, or I had one on my thumb. I forget which one it was growing up for like a year. That's HPV.
yeah,
It's
HPV
it's literally
is like the difference between HSV1.
yeah, it's the same thing. People treat viruses. They're starting to be more
Not every clinic is
less
like that. All right, dude. I'm not speaking in absolutes, Ian. And it's also difficult for them to test for it without an outbreak, from what I've heard.
They actually don't. They don't at clinics. I mean, every clinic I've ever been, they don't
like
test for it.
yeah,
They
like
don't. You have to go to it.
right.
They don't even actually give you cyclovir. Doesn't even work for it. It literally just has to go away, or they can
They
freeze.
gave me a
whatever.
cream that I put on every day, and it went away in like 2 days, and it's never come back, like ever once.
I think that a lot of viruses, I mean, this is a conversation for another time and it's getting late, but most viruses are actually psychosomatic and they come because of a emotional disturbance or disease in the
Yeah.
body. It's a lot of times has nothing to do with actual sexual
Mhm.
contact or becoming in contact with the virus.
Well, yeah, you can literally get HPV without sexual contact.
Yeah, so I believe in my craziness. Of course, you can
And
get
Ian,
stuff,
no, it's not. I get tested in Canada all the time. They never tested me for any one of my shoots, so it's not a U.S. versus Canada thing. The HPV is a worldwide. Most people who are sexually active, and even people who are not, because it can spread without sexual contact, have HPV. The condition is vast majority of people are asymptomatic, which means they never show symptoms of it. Which so, and like if you can do your research on HPV all you want. Like I've done a lot of research on this stuff because I'm now an SW and I get tested all the time. And I've learned that the vast majority of them are not, one, as scary as they made it seem like in school. It's scary if you don't get tested and you don't know you have it for a long time. So if you get something like, if you get something like chlamydia or something like that, and you've had it for, you know, years before you ever found out, that's scary. I know you don't agree, and that's fine. You don't agree with 99% of the things I say, and you're also not very willing to ever be open-minded to other ideas outside of yours. So like, but yeah, no, I work in this line of work. Like they've told me that like it's much just the people they've tested
Children
positive.
have it.
They've said that people have tested. The only data they have is people who've tested positive for it. But from what the research shows is that it spreads so easily and it's so everywhere. And most people are asymptomatic, so it's very difficult to even know what number of the population does have it. And like they've made it like, and I went to multiple clinics when I got it because I was super scared. They said that like it's nothing to worry about. It's nothing to worry about. Most people have this. You put the cream on, you'll probably never have an outbreak again. And I've gotten tested in multiple countries. I've done my research. Like the problem is not knowing you have something for a long time, particularly certain STDs are really only hurtful if you've had them for a long time and you didn't know it, because then they start to deteriorate your body, you know, like chlamydia, syphilis, like that gets into your brain and then it gets very difficult to treat. But if you are taking the preemptive measures, you're getting tested regularly, then you can treat it very easily, or you can take preventative measures very easily. And it's like, it's not as scary as they made it seem like to be.
The thing is, STIs, the ones that are bacterial and bacteria spreads. A virus, what happens when you get, there's bacterial meningitis and there's viral meningitis, correct?
Yeah, there's a difference.
Which one's not contagious? The viral one. If you have bacterial meningitis, you have to be like specifically quarantined in the hospital. Like they're rare. You can't even see
I'm pretty sure. Yeah, that one's
and
different,
viral. You do not. So if you look up, one thing that Ian can look up, or anybody can look up, is German New Medicine. So I take everything with an open mind. But German New Medicine, I'll just read to you. It's like one sentence. What it says: the key difference in German New Medicine versus the regular allopathic doctor approach is that it argues that HPV is not contagious in the traditional sense, as a condition is derived by an individual's personal emotional conflict shock. So it says that instead of removing the virus through lesions or surgery or medicine, you can focus on identifying or resolving the underlying emotional conflict to stop this special program of the manifestation of the emotion. But hold on, it says, hold on, it says exactly where it comes from, HPV. Yeah.
You can get it as a kid from like sharing liquids, right?
Not even. It's like if you like, they used to say it comes from a frog peeing on you. That was the
That's
lore.
hilarious.
But because as kids we would get warts on our feet from like at the gymnastics, because we blamed it on the floors being dirty at gymnastics and everyone's barefoot, you know. But it's the same thing with why are some kids, if we're sharing shoes on the same floor, not getting it, but some are. But if it was staph, everybody would get it. It's bacterial.
True.
This is a virus.
I've had staph. Most athletes get staph.
I had it once and it was so scary. Oh my God. I didn't know what it was. I thought it was.
And then it's
herpes,
also one of those things where like staph has different, like some people are more symptomatic and some people are less.
Yeah,
like,
I actually was fighting it for a while. I didn't know what it was.
Like even with strep throat, I found out recently that with strep throat, I'm very asymptomatic because Frankie got it. And then I didn't get sick. I just had a toothache. And then she went, tested, and they said that she has strep, and they gave her antibiotics, and she told him that, like, I'm not showing any symptoms. and I just have a toothache. And then they said, well, that literally is a sign that he is asymptomatic. And because that's usually how it shows up for people who are asymptomatic, is they just get a toothache and they don't get any of the other symptoms. And so, like, I'm an example of someone that will never get documented as having strep throat, because I'll never go in and get tested for strep throat because I'm completely asymptomatic. But I've clearly gotten strep throat many times in my life, but I just never knew it. You know, and it's the
I
same
had it
thing,
bad as a kid,
right?
super bad. But yeah, German new medicine's good. It's people think that like viruses are something that they're not. I'm not saying don't take anything serious, but I think
No,
that people now we're getting into medical
he says
discussions.
HPV when untreated is highly more likely to become cancerous. So they say that nearly the entire population has cancer in them is not just untrue. That's not
Okay,
what I'm saying, though. HPV is responsible for nearly 100% of cervical cancers. Yeah, but that doesn't mean that 100% with people with HPV get cervical cancer. That's not what that means, though. 90% of anal cancer, 60% and 70% of throat. Yeah, but that doesn't mean that that percentage of people that have HPV get those cancers.
there's hundreds of types of HPV. That's the problem.
Right.
Again, we're generalizing.
And they can't differentiate. Like when I got it, I went and saw a lot of specialists on it, and they educated me on it.
Yes. The one that causes cervical cancer is not the one that kids are getting on their fucking feet, which is why they shouldn't be getting the same treatments that an adult would be for getting an STI,
well,
in my opinion.
Yeah, because if that was true, then Frankie has 100% chance of having cervical cancer as a result of me. And we asked the doctor about stuff like that, and they said that's not how it works. It just means, yeah, I know, but like that's not what I'm saying at all. Like it's like, yeah, and they're the ones, multiple doctors have told me that HPV is something that's so difficult to prevent, you know, and it has such
and the Gardasil shot doesn't even actually fucking.
No,
I mean, people
vaccination,
have seizures from that shot.
Right,
like it doesn't even target
they've even shown that the vaccination isn't not effective against all of them, and just because like but like, you know, for example, sugar can cause cancer. There's like all kinds of things that can. That doesn't mean it does every single time, right?
I can go through these people's homes right now and open up their cabinet because Crush knows I eat like at home. It's like organic. I could go in your fucking house right now and within 5 seconds point something out that I can go, that's going to cause an endocrine disruption in your system and it could lead to cancer, or that turns into formaldehyde in your body. Like all of you Coke Zero drinkers, all of you people that are wearing cologne or perfume or using parabens or sulfates in your soaps, like come on.
Yeah. So what they said with HPV,
by the way, my AirPods died.
they said the same thing to me about herpes. So like I've never tested positive for herpes, right? But they've told me at the clinics that like it is a difficult thing for them to have data on, because they only have data on the people that tested positive that had an outbreak, right? And they know that it's a much, much larger portion of the population that has it, especially HSV1, the one that like gives you cold sores on your mouth. Because it's like with my strep throat example, right? Most people in my family die from some form of cancer. My mom had a cancer before she was 25. Frankie had a cancer before she was 19. My dad has had multiple kinds of skin cancers in his life, and my grandfather died of lung cancer, and my other grandfather died of like a heart tumor. Like it's like, and we don't know what caused it. Like with my one grandfather, they said it was his smoking, right? Which is like a very obvious one. But like with a lot of these things, it's like literally like my vape could cause a cancer. What that doesn't mean that when I get cancer, it's because of my vape, right? It could have been from anything else.
Stress and emotional, so, trapped emotions in the body, emotions that have not been cleared, are 80% of dis-ease in the body, but that's a conversation for like.
Yeah, and HPV, they told me, was like literally one of the most common ones, especially with men. Like men, most men, and it's definitely more than 1 out of every 2, have HPV, but also a much higher rate of them are asymptomatic. So like they will never get any symptoms of it, and like and there's no way to really prevent it besides being asexual or being completely abstinent. And even then, they say that there's plenty of other ways it can spread. It's like monkeypox. Like monkeypox, you can literally just get from skin to skin contact. So like if you hug someone or like, like I remember I stopped dancing for a couple weeks when the epidemic came out here in Houston a few years ago, and like went and got the vaccination and waited 2 weeks till after the vaccination before, because it wasn't even about having sex with people. It was literally skin to skin contact can give you monkeypox.
Yeah.
Like, and so it's like, it's tough. It's tough for them to even like do anything about HPV. Like they can only like really they can just give you the treatment and then even that, the treatment was so easy. I put a cream on it for 3 days or something and it went away and it's never came back. And like they showed me the data on it. They were like, yeah, they literally they've found that like the vast majority of men have it. And then they are concluding that most men have it because they're only going based off of the ones that are showing symptoms. So it's a difficult, like, because there's a lot, like I said, with strep throat, I'm completely asymptomatic almost from strep throat. So I will never show up in the data as someone that had strep throat, because I won't get the symptoms and then go to the doctor and get tested. So
And it's better if you're not taking the antibiotics, because if you take the antibiotics, your body never fought it off, and you're going to get it again. When I was a kid, I kept getting it. My mom kept getting me antibiotics, and I kept getting it and getting it and getting it like multiple times a year, and then they'd get it at the same time every year. And when I got older, I continued to get it, and I was like, you know what? I'm not going to take the antibiotics. I'm going to just raw dog it, which sounds scary. You can't do that with everything, but I've never gotten it ever since the last time. And I think I attribute it to not just, of course, take the fucking antibiotics.
I think the best things you can do when it comes to STDs is just be on PrEP, because that's the serious one.
Take doxy.
And then take your doxy within 72 hours. If you can't take doxy because you have a bad reaction to antibiotics, just go get tested every 2 weeks if you're active, or get tested 2 weeks after your last interaction. And that's literally, that'll take care of 99% of the risks that you're taking. And like,
I go every 3 months, but I take doxy.
But even that's like better than what most people do.
They start calling me and shit. I'm like, I'm coming. Don't worry. But like, for example, I'm going to Colombia on Friday. I'm not going to get tested before I go. I'd rather just go and come back, then get tested after a couple weeks have been there, because I'm obviously going to,
You're going to have some fun.
I'm going to have some fucking fun. Maybe I'll even film some content. I'm just kidding. I don't know. I'm not ready for that yet, that journey.
Yeah, Ian, you're right. There is no better preventative measure than abstinence. But I'm not willing to be completely abstinent. That's why they taught us that in school, was like they all wanted us to be abstinent. And I'm like, that's a huge sacrifice.
Go become a priest at that point.
Yeah, no, like, yeah. So, but even then, like I said, you can get monkeypox from just literally touching someone's shoulder. Yeah, so Ian, that's one thing where I will totally agree with you that America sucked at, is when I was in school in America, they gave us the fear campaign around STDs. They gave us, I don't know if they did with you, Jax, when you were in school. So they literally had people come in. They did it with drugs and they did it with STDs.
They did it with drugs a lot, and it didn't
They brought people to my school to basically scare the shit out of us. And then up until I was about 28 years old, I thought there was no cure for chlamydia because of the way they made it sound.
They made it sound like you're going to be infertile, and like, yeah, that happens if you let it go and treat it for fucking 2 years.
Right. And that was like a nationwide thing that they did. No, they like made it seem like once you get chlamydia or syphilis, like you're going to basically wither away and die within a couple of years. And there's nothing you can do about it. You can never have sex with anyone again. And like, even with HIV, they were like, it's uncurable, blah, blah, blah. Like there's no preventative measures. And like, I find out about PrEP and I'm like, why didn't they teach us any of this in school? Why didn't they teach us about how to get tested? Why didn't they teach us about doxy? Why didn't they teach us about PrEP or any of this shit? They just basically were like, if you have sex with people, you're going to get the disease and you're going to die. Like that's what they taught us. And that's what I believed. And I remember when I got HPV, I literally was crying because I was like, I can never have sex again. And then I went to like 3 different clinics and they all were like, chill out, dude. It's not a big deal. Like at all. Like this is.
I remember when I got chlamydia the first time, I thought that I was the most disgustingest, filthiest. I thought I was going to die. I thought I had like.
I have people that do the same thing with me where they will like tell me like, hey, I'm HIV undetectable. And they're like scared to tell me. And I'm like, you're undetectable and I'm on PrEP. What's the problem? You know, like.
We have been so fear-mongered.
But like I can see the shame in their voice and I feel bad for them. And I'm like, you shouldn't be ashamed. Like you should be happy that we live in an era where like this is manageable. You know, 30 years ago, this was not we were in a totally different place.
It's so progressive right now. They're even coming out with these like cell something where they're literally like eradicating HIV. In China, they did it. It worked, and I think Russia or something. No, I think it was in China. They did some sort of thing, and it's like it's passed, but they just haven't sold it to the companies or whatever. But there's this treatment. It's probably inaccessible or too expensive, but it's eradicated it out of people. It's like almost like stem cells, but something different.
Do you know what I just found out last time I went and got tested?
There's a vaccine now twice a year or once a year.
Yes, the injection that you're gonna get that you can get every year.
It's called something. It's called Ascovy or something. Not Descovy.
Descovy's. Yeah, no, and she was like, because I had to switch from Descovy.
I always forget to take my thing, and it's so bad.
I was switching from Descovy to Truvada.
Oh, I hate those large ass fucking pills.
I know, and like I had to because they don't provide it anymore since Trump got rid of the funding for it. Yeah. So I have to get Truvada, which is not that big a deal. It's not that big of a difference, but like. And I was like, I was like, is there like anything I should be worried about switching? Like, should I be abstinent for a period of time before? And she said, no, don't worry about it. And she said, you just don't worry about, just take the Truvada for the next year. And probably by next year, we'll be giving people shots. And I was like, what's the shot thing? And she told me, she's like, oh yeah, like there's a shot that they're in the final stages of getting through everything. And they're like, and then you just take the shot once a year or twice a year and like, you don't have to take pills anymore. And I'm like, fucking sign me up for that shit. Like,
I remember when they were doing trials, they were giving out gift cards. I almost went to do it. They give out $150 like Amazon or VC gift card for you to try the shot. And I was like, fuck this. I'm not being a guinea pig for whatever they're doing, but it's worked. It's passed already. My friends were doing the one, it's once every 6 months or twice a year. But they just redid another. They have another one now where it's once a year, and it's passed. It's working. I'm thinking about getting it because I really am really bad with taking the pill.
Same. I am. I forget all the time because I don't sleep normal. I sleep 4 hours here, 6 hours there. Like, yeah.
All right. Or I'm working late at the club. I'm driving to South Beach. I get here at 4 a.m. I wake up at 11, and then I go back to bed. Then I go teach a class. I'm like, fuck, I should have taken the pill when I woke up. I try to do it with my coffee, but I don't take pills. It's the only medication I ever take, and I'm not good at it. And I do miss a day, and I know it's still in your system. They say that it's not, but it is in your system. I think after 3 days, not even 7. So it's like in there.
I don't take anything because when you get on prep, you cannot donate blood. It's the same in the U.S. actually. If you're on prep, you can't.
Blood if you're on prep?
No, but I mean, you still can in some places because if you watch, there's a documentary on blood donation centers and how like most of the blood goes to research for cosmetic products. Like, and that's how they make their money is like very little of it actually goes to like people who are like, if you have a rare blood type, like Ian says he has, like, then yeah, they're probably going to put yours towards saving people. But like, I have like one of the most common ones. So like 99% of the time when I donate blood, it's just going to like cosmetic product research centers that pay like yeah.
My cousin had leukemia at 8, like almost fucking died. Like she was like, it was really bad. She got leukemia twice. But her sister did the blood transfusion. So where those donated blood going? I'm just like,
yeah. That's a worldwide problem. Is the blood donation places? They sell it to you like you're saving lives,
and
but like
they give you like cards and shit. I'm like, they're making a lot of money then. They're making a lot of money off this donated blood.
Some places in the U.S. pay you to donate. Not all of them. Only some of them do.
And the plasma thing. I will never donate my fucking plasma for $800.
I never, any of the places I donated, they didn't give me money.
I've like, I'm like,
I know there's some places that do.
Every 3 months at the testing center.
You're supposed to. Yeah, I know. True, right? They do take a lot of blood to do our test. Are you going to AHF too?
I am, but I was gonna switch the guy who I was subletting my apartment to. He works somewhere else, but they're like so chilling there.
They're so easy. They test. They literally test for more stuff than talent testing does.
They check your kidneys because you're taking a pill. They check all your vitals.
That was another thing. So one of my fears about getting on prep was the fact that it's hard on your kidneys. Apparently.
Me too, and I don't take any medicine.
Right, and I've had my kidneys are doing awful because of my drug history, and so that was one of my big fears. And the guy was literally like, "Trust me, you'll be fine." He's like, most of the research that came out on it being bad for people's kidneys was on people 75 years and older, and so I was like, okay, like I'd rather hurt my kidneys a little bit than get HIV. And so I took the Truvada, and then they tested my kidneys later. They came back at the exact same rating as they did the first time. So it didn't affect my kidneys at all. And I was taking Truvada, the one that supposedly is harder on your kidneys. But like talent testing is what we have to do for porn. We have to go to talent testing and we have to pay $300 to get tested. And usually the studio pays for it, right? But it's $300 to go through talent testing. And talent testing tests for less shit than fucking AHF does. AHF tests for like every single thing under the book. Yeah, I'm like, Jesus Christ, how many results do I have? Like what's this thing? I don't even know what this is. Like, I know.
I had one antibody. I'm like, wait, am I resistant to HIV? But I guess everybody has the one antibodies or something like that.
If you HPV can be you had it younger age in your, or not HPV. Well, it's the other, not HPV. What was the other one? No, there was one other one. Hepatitis. One of the, because there's 3 of them. One of them.
Oh, Hep B, A.
Yeah, and you come back with heightened antibodies, and it.
Yeah, I think that's what I was.
Yeah. So it doesn't mean that you have it. It means you could have had it and your body still has the resistant antibodies. It could also mean you never had it and you just genetically were born with it or something. So it's like they're just telling you that you have the antibodies. It doesn't mean that you have it. And so like I've gotten that, but also I don't always get the heightened antibodies on that one. Only sometimes does it come back saying I have heightened antibodies. Which they say, like, they told me it could literally be you had too much creatine or something in your diet, and then it like heightens it. But yeah, I wish more people that went to school when I did in the U.S. have updated their education on STDs.
There's 2 things in life that are not two areas in life where people are not being educated. There's no stripper education or like SW education. Not that there should be not that should be provided, but I think there should be some resources out there, in my personal opinion, because we could all have used an extra tip when we were getting into it. I think, and sexual education is just trash. It's horrific.
It's terrible.
Not even for gays, like just general sex education. I remember when I was going to Catholic school when I was younger. It didn't exist. They don't do it. It's not a part of the thing. Then I went to public school, and it was the most stupidest. It was basically, what is chlamydia? What is syphilis? What is HIV? Anal sex? Vaginal sex? It's like, yeah, I know a fucking thing goes in a hole. Like, I got it. I know.
And SW is like a euphemism that we use when we're on things like social media. It means sex work, because we're trying not to say certain words that would get us flagged. So instead of saying like STRIPPER or ESCORT, like we'll say SW, because even the full word SW can get flagged. So like it's you'll see other people will do it when they make like reels and stuff like that. I
just wish there was resources out there, and it wasn't like, first of all, the stigma would need to break first, but there are so many things. I always had, I think, good little angels in and around the clubs.
Can I ask you a question that came up today? So I never battled with being in the closet, really, because as soon as I found out, I came out. But I heard someone say something on social media, and I've yet had the opportunity to ask a gay person about this experience. So you knew from a young age, right, that you were not straight, right?
Yeah.
Okay. What was it like in school?
Horrible.
When when like people would talk about who they have a crush on in school, and
my body right now is literally going like it's like yeah.
So this is something that I wanted to like, actually, because I thought it was so interesting, because I didn't experience it, and I feel very lucky that I didn't have to, because I'm bisexual, so therefore I could just lean into what was acceptable, you know. Do you have memories of like where you had to suppress those conversations? Like, if you like, even because this guy that was talking about it on social media, he was out in high school, but then like even when he would be talking with his girlfriends about like cute guys, he had to suppress it because he couldn't, like, you know what I mean? And like that actually seems like such a thing that I don't hear people talk about enough, where I'll send you the video if I can go find it. Where like that's something I never had to deal with, you know, and like I can't imagine, because I would just obviously all I would talk about is the girls that I had a crush on, because that was acceptable, right? So it was almost like I had an out, no pun intended. But like, what was it like in school for you? Like, did you hide that you were gay, or were you openly gay, but you like, you know, kept it away from certain people? Or like, because a lot in South Africa, that's very common. It's okay to be gay, but just don't show me. Is the attitude in South Africa?
Yeah, that's a common attitude. I think everybody knew I was gay. I think my family knew. Like when I was a kid, I used to play with Barbies. Like, but there would be and my gymnastics teacher was gay growing up, and he was always at our house. So it was like they weren't homophobic, but they were. They would say things that wouldn't make me feel safe. Why? You know, I've never come out, but Thomas is gay. Whatever. I never was like, Mom, Dad, I'm gay. I know that they know.
Okay.
I don't discuss sexual things with them. My therapist thinks I'm being avoidant. I don't have him anymore, but he thinks I was being avoidant.
And do you feel like if you were straight, you would discuss it more?
I think I'm actually lying. I do discuss it now with my family. I actually turn it into a joke, and maybe that's my way of coping. Like I'll be like, I'm fucking this hot Arab man tonight, like, you know, and I'll just say it in the family group chat with my mom's side of the family, with my grandmother and everything. But it's a joke, and I think that was my way of coming out, was joking. I will say one thing, and I'll get back to your question about being in school, but this show, even though it's on a gay network, whatever, this is my not coming out. Again, everyone knows I'm gay, but the show, what made the show so powerful for me, and I know I have such like a arrogant kind of character on the show, but really what it did for me was it made me finally feel like I could talk more about my personal life to my family. So like,
because now it's everywhere.
Now it's all over the internet. So I told my dad mentioned the other day. He said, and we do not have emotionally stimulating conversations ever. But he told me, he's like, hey, what's that? Weren't you filming some show? And he just moved away from our hometown in Jersey to Maine, and now we're connecting even more. I think because he left his he left his close family, and now he's alone. Now he's been talking to me more, which is like interesting. But anyway, he's like, hey, what happened with that show? Weren't you like doing some reality show? And I was like, honestly, yes. I don't think you're going to want to see it. I was like, it's about the club that I work at. It's a little inappropriate. I don't know.
Yeah, now you've hooked up with a guy on it.
Yeah, I don't know if you would, like, even if it was hetero, would you want to see your son fucking someone on TV? I don't think it's appropriate for you to watch that. Or my grandmom, or my grandfather. My grandparents are very religious. They follow me on Instagram, though. So me posting that picture of me in my underwear, like in the chair, like, that's new. Me posting the strip down, this is new. I feel like I'm coming out. I never did it. I've never talked about it. And I thought it was okay. Like, I don't even talk about it. Why should I not be able to talk about it? Other people talk about their relationships. So I'm saying, like, you don't need to talk about sex, but really I'm saying you don't need to talk about being gay. And I think that is avoided. So
I'll tell you what, though, I don't think any of it's inappropriate. I think it's one of those things where, like, it's a secret that we all like to keep because society has taught us that. But like, I think you didn't do anything wrong on the show.
Me either. And I don't disagree with you. But for example, I have very religious grandparents. When I say very religious, I mean like Jesus is coming back and to repent, like Armageddon's upon us. The end times are here. Like, I have very religious grandparents, and I spent most of my childhood with them. My parents got divorced. My mom was at work, and my dad I went to on the weekends, but they were at the house below us. They basically fucking raised me most of my childhood. I love them, but they're fucking religious. I will hear them say homophobic things when someone gay is on TV. Watch Fox, you know? So for me, yes, it shouldn't be inappropriate for me to talk about sex. I think that we should just break the stigma. You know how I talk with you on here, I'm very, like, whatever. I feel very safe and comfortable. I know they're not going to want to have that conversation. Should they be accepting and yes? Should they be not having the stigma around, like, sex and all that? No, but I'm going to meet them where they're at. I'm not going to try to change them. We have a great relationship when we don't talk about those things. Does it suck? Yes. I'm not willing to be, I'm already a lot. Like, you get to see me in my totality. Like, you get to hear me in my little spiritual thing. I'm gay. I'm inappropriate. I'm just myself completely. They get all of that minus the sex and the anytime you have a hooker at the house and they're letting you drink them all. You know what I mean? Like, so I don't know. But growing up, I was hiding behind religion.
Okay.
So I didn't feel safe being gay. I don't know why, but I think it was really not coming from home. It was coming from, like, I would go hang out at my cousin's house, and he and I would be in the neighborhood riding bikes or, like, building tree forts, just existing. And his friends would come by, like the neighborhood kids, and they'd be like, why are you so girly? Are you gay? And it was just like that every time I would be in public with other kids. So then I would go to gymnastics, and I was the only guy, so I was around girls, so I felt safe there. But now I'm going to school, and now that's so gay. Why do you do that? That's so gay. That's so gay. I was like I had like national titles. I was Junior Mr. Acrobat of the United States of America in like 2012. Like, I have like awards. You would never talk about it because
can I ask you, was it the gay? Because a lot of people do this. Was it the being gay or being feminine that made you feel more safe around the women?
I don't think any of it. I think that they weren't being like the guys in the neighborhood or the guys at school questioning me. Hey, I have a question. We have a question. That you don't, as a gay person growing up in the class, you don't want to hear that.
Yeah. I mean, I can understand that kids don't know shit. Like they have no, you know, so
And
like
they hate, and for some reason it wasn't.
they hate anything that is out of the norm.
Yeah.
You know, so it's like it's a difficult place to be in as a kid when you're out of the norm already.
And the funny thing is, when I went to Catholic school, no one bullied, no one asked, no one said anything. They all just were uniform, whatever. And I was still doing gymnastics. No one gave a shit. I went to public school in middle school, and it was so bad that year.
Really?
So bad that I went back to Catholic school for 7th grade because I was like, I cannot do this.
That's fascinating. That the Catholic school you felt safer at.
Yeah. And I think it's just because they have manners. Like they don't tolerate bullying at public school. You can curse your teacher and they're not going to expel you.
So it goes back to the respect thing. They treated, even though maybe their beliefs were more set in stone because of the Catholicism.
Yeah.
The way they treated you is what made you feel safe.
Yeah, because think about it. Look at prison or any government-funded organization, a public school. When I went to public school, there was kids cursing, and I was at the teacher, and I was like, like the first week, the kid's like, "Fuck this," and the teacher was just like, "Nicholas, go to the office." If you said "fuck" or like did anything out of line at Catholic school or bullied someone, you were like in big trouble. Your parents are paying a lot of fucking money for you to be there. They're like a fucking little like they're crazy, but you're not discussing sexual things or sexuality. It's Catholic school. You have manners. So I will say, I'll give them that. I don't give the Catholic Church much credit. I even slander them in my book. I mean, I do not support the Catholic Church, but for many, many reasons. But the government-funded public school system, it was a fucking free-for-all, and no one had your back. Like they're getting paid shitty wages. I mean, they are Catholic school too, but it's just a different culture. They're getting paid shitty wages. They don't give a fuck. I had one teacher I would eat lunch with her every single day because I couldn't sit in the cafeteria. No one wanted to sit next to me at the cafeteria. I couldn't fit in. So you're constantly getting slandered. So now I'm quitting gymnastics and dance, like all of my dreams, like the whole dance film scene, like everything. My friend got on the show. I didn't. I was like, I'm not good enough, and I'm getting bullied. What am I doing? So I quit. I just quit. All of the talent. I wanted to be in Cirque du Soleil dance. I was like, I had all these dreams and all these.
So my question, I guess, going back, I didn't really know how to ask it. I didn't know exactly what my question was, but like, I guess it's, how did you express, or did you even ever express your attraction to other boys?
I didn't.
So you never did. Okay.
So I was 18. I waited a week after I turned 18. I hooked up with my first guy.
So when did you start expressing your attraction to other men? Like talking about it, going like, I find that guy cute. I'm attracted to that guy.
When I got my first phone and I was like on a smartphone, I would go on Kick and I would like message random strange guys, or go on Omegle. I'd start talking to guys online. Then when I was like 15, I was on an app called Periscope. I don't know if you're aware of it. Twitter used to have an app called
I remember
Periscope.
that. I remember that. Yeah.
And I used to do tarot card readings on there.
And
perverts, I was 15, would come on, and I would say like, and they would like message me, and I'd be like, I'll send you pictures. So donate for a tarot card reading, and I'll Snapchat you a picture of me. So I was like doing like online stuff when I was 15, basically. I mean.
So because you were the world suppressed you, it almost pushed you into an unsafe space.
Yeah, because you can't let it out. So now, now you're doing it behind everyone's back. You're doing it illegally. I was doing child.
Right. It's like they say that about SW. You know, it's like we should legalize it so that
I believe. I mean, this might become controversial, but I'm a libertarian in the sense, like, I'm like legalize it all.
I agree. I'm the same. I'm like, because if you make it illegal, like only the bad people are going to control it. The perverts, the killers, the murderers, the gangsters, like they're going to control that world then. And you think
saying like rape and child.
No, I agree. Yeah, because this is no, because that's still a choice. If you choose to do drugs or you choose to do SW, you have as you should as a human being have the freedom to choose to do those. You know what I mean? So the second you make it illegal, the people that are now in control of that economy are going to be gangsters, perverts, stuff like that.
Crime and
Yeah.
public harm. But so I started doing that, but I always knew I was like into, guys. And as you start to hit puberty, I really was like looking. So I was like messaging people online and doing everything.
Wow.
And then I didn't even know what Grinder was. I didn't know what it do.
Now, do you think you would have gone online if you could have talked about it just with the guys and girls at your school or your parents or your brothers and sisters or whatever? You probably wouldn't have to, right?
Yeah, I wouldn't have, I don't think I would have had to, but I think because I was an only child and I spent a lot of time alone and I was like on a little spiritual quest at a very young age, I was online. So that was my escape from everything. Like I wanted to know who God was. I don't know why at 14 I was so concerned in finding who God was. Like that's a part of my path.
Yeah.
I don't think I probably would have been as promiscuous, probably.
Mm-hmm.
And it's funny, like I come from not a wealthy family. We didn't have any money after the 2008 recession, but I don't come from an impoverished family. Like they all have homes and they're not in debt. And
I understand. You come from a middle class family.
You wouldn't expect to see me doing this stuff.
Yeah, but see that in and of itself is the same. Like,
and people always say, "Why are you here? You don't need to be here." And I'm like,
people say that about me. My family wasn't doing well in the early stages of our lives, but my dad is very wealthy now.
Yeah.
But then now people also think that he gives me money. He doesn't. Like.
Yeah, I think people think that my parents do that too because the way I carry myself or the way I dress sometimes, but no, everything I have, I'm really happy to say I worked for. And if I did need help, I could have gotten it. And there have been times, like for example, I needed a co-signer or else I wouldn't be able to get an apartment because I didn't have any credit. My dad was like, I don't want to do this.
Right. And like,
I don't trust you, but he's like, you need to have your own credit. And he did it and I didn't fuck it up. And this year I was able to get an apartment on my own. And I'm like, thank you. He didn't just give me the money or give me he didn't even want to do it. He I had to tell him like, Dad, I can't get a place.
Yeah.
That's the handout that I've gotten. I've never gotten like a fucking, my groceries paid for. Like a lot of my friends, they have like their parents' credit card to get groceries. I'm like, that.
You know what's funny? I have my parents' bank card, not their credit card, but I have their bank card. They trust me enough to never use it. Like I use it to help them do transactions in the US. When they need to do a transaction in the US and it requires like a physical card or something, then I'll do it for them. But they trust me. Like we've built such a good relationship of trust that like they know I'll never spend something on there. But like
I appreciate that about my parents.
Yeah.
You
could have had it much worse. Yeah.
I could have had it a lot worse, and I appreciate that they also didn't just like dish it out. I mean,
right.
they really can't. They don't have anything to dish.
Yeah.
He has good credit, but he doesn't have. I don't need to get into it, but there are people that don't have anything. They don't have a parent. They don't have any of that. And back to the original question, one day it would be interesting to see the conversation with my dad, but I don't think he cares. If he cared, he wouldn't talk to me. He knows that I'm gay. There's no way he thinks that I'm straight.
I think also his own son being gay has opened his mind, forced him to open his mind around the perspective a little bit. And then he's learned probably that a lot of the things he thought were wrong.
Exactly. And when I was dancing as a kid and doing gymnastics, he would come to every single competition and he built all of the props for the routines.
That's awesome, dude. I love that.
My gay coach would come over our house before my parents got divorced. That also fucked me up when I was 12. But he would come and we'd have dinner together. Like he was not homophobic, obviously. He was sending me to a gay he was actually a convicted felon. I'll get into that another time. He went to jail for having sex with minors before I went to him. And catfished me when I turned 18 and downloaded a Grinder to hook up with someone. Catfished me and got pictures of me naked. So that was real fun.
Whoa.
Told him off.
Yeah.
I you up on TV. I sent him a nasty message.
Well, I want to admit, I don't know if I've ever talked about it publicly. I mean, I've never hit it, but like I remember I had an experience. I have one experience similar to that when I was in high school, I think I was, where I had a gay dream where and this is like how my sexuality is. Like I had a really good friend in high school. And like I really appreciated our bond because I grew up alone mostly. Like my parents were never home. And then I was yeah, my mom couldn't have kids after me. Like she had a uterine cancer or something, and they had to remove her uterus after me. And but we moved every 2 years to like not just like down the street. We moved different countries and states within the US every 2 years. So like I never really like had like people that I knew for very long around me, and then they were working 24 fucking 7. So they were never home. My dad even lived in a different city for many years, and my parents were still together, but like he had to go move to another city for work. And like so I was just home alone a lot. And so like when I had a really good friendship or like a partner, like a girlfriend or something, like that was like a thing that was really important to me, and like I valued it. But like I had this gay dream about my like one of my best friends, a guy, where I kissed him in the dream, and I liked it and I wanted to. And it was like it wasn't even like a sexual thing. It was like a emotional bond thing, right? And I remember waking up feeling the most shame I think I ever felt in my life at the time. And like packing it the fuck away. Like being like, I can't believe I had that dream. I cannot tell anybody. Like I need to like be more distant from this guy. Like, you know what I mean? And like, and then to the point where I forgot about it. And like I guess that was internalized homophobia on some level, like, and being like where like I wish I could have just talked about that
Yeah, and God forbid, because it's gay.
to anybody. Like it doesn't, you know, like it wasn't like this thing where like if you like, because if you really think about it, I didn't even do anything gay. I just like had a gay dream kind of, and like it was just kind of too. It wasn't even that serious. And but like it was filled with so much shame that like I can't even imagine what I would have felt if I really was, you know, like full gay or something like that. And I was hiding it all the time because like that was just one little thing that I hid. And it was so hard for me to hide that like I can't even think what it would have been like to hide like all of it. Like if it was all, you know what I mean?
This is actually bringing me back. This is like more powerful than therapy because it's bringing me back to like when I first started texting people online and messaging them and feeling like, excuse me, it's a huge secret. Like if my mom were to find out, I'd be getting in trouble. I mean, yeah, I shouldn't be like sexting people at that age. Yeah, but just there's still an ounce of you're doing this action, even though it's inappropriate and not appropriate because of the age, but you're doing this action because you're literally repressing some sort of aspect of yourself or desire, and that it's not okay, despite the age, whatever. It's not okay, you know. So I remember the first time I ever like ejaculated. I don't know if I can say that word on thing. That was like traumatizing for me. Like
I had the same thing. I thought it was like a bad thing.
Every single person, probably the first time they did, has that same exact feeling. Now in your subconscious mind, you associate these actions and these sensations with shame. This is what's wrong with
I didn't even know jerking off was a thing until years after I started doing it. Like really? I'm not kidding, for like years, because I remember I don't have brothers, sisters. I didn't even have like super close friends.
I heard the guy talking about it at school, and I went home and looked it up.
But see, I didn't. I for some reason I had never even heard of somebody else talking about it until I was like probably 13. And like, because I just lived in such a bubble that like for years of me jerking off, I thought I was the only person in the world who ever did it. I'm not kidding. Like I know it sounds ridiculous, but like at that age, that's what I thought. And I was literally like so ashamed that I was doing it. like, so like, because I didn't even know how to explain what I was doing to somebody else if they caught me, you know? And then I remember like one time in the locker room in high school, the guys were talking about it, and I was like, oh, thank God I'm not the only one. Like, literally, I had like oh, thank God. I thought I was like the only one doing this.
Yeah, that's the thing though. You said the locker rooms. I never had any locker room experiences because I never was in a locker room, and those are the kinds of things that when you're being gay, when you're growing up, that you don't get those sort of, you don't get that. You have to literally like not reparent yourself. You have to teach, reschool yourself.
Re-educate yourself. Yeah.
Like, after you've already become a young adult, and now you're behind. Like you don't get the same luxury of like knowing that you're going to have the white picket fence and the husband and this and that, and everything just makes sense and do that. There's no education, there's no prep, there's no not the pill, like like preparation.
Yeah, preparation for it. Yeah.
For anything, and it's so but it is what it is. And I mean, I think I managed it pretty well, but also leaving that small ass fucking town and coming here and being able to express myself on a stage and liberate myself, and the show really helped. So in the interviews, I started crying. Like I was like, "You got to."
I remember that. Yeah.
It was all everything at once. It wasn't even about being on TV. It's fucking whatever. Like if anything even comes from it, but it was just. It felt like I finally. I still don't have words for it. The only time I ever felt a sensation like that was after I did an ayahuasca ceremony. Like you're so fucking.
It's just another coming out experience. Like
yes.
we always attach the coming out to like you're coming out as gay, but like what I said earlier in our conversation in the stream is like coming out as being authentic is really what it should be called, regardless if you're coming out as being gay or coming out as being trans or coming out as being I'm not really who I've been pretending to be this whole time. You know what I mean? Like whatever the fuck that is, it's just like, more people need and it's not for other people. It's for yourself. Like you're not coming out to let everybody else know.
Yeah.
You're coming out to let yourself know that like.
I really didn't want to do the show because I was like, this is going to fuck up my brand. And I literally told myself, I said, Thomas, this is fucking, you prophesized this, you knew this was going to happen. If you don't do it, you're going to be so disappointed. And not because the world needs to see it, it's because you need to be comfortable with the fact of the work that you're doing. And it's not black and white, and it's not, you live in this world and you live in that world. This is your life. And my entire life I was fighting either being gay or being religious, or being spiritual and being a stripper. And that was where I was lingering for the longest time, like this two different worlds. And then people at the club are like, how do you go and do both? Or my friends would be like, it's not good for your energy. And then they would spiritually manipulate and make it seem like it was a spiritual issue. And doing it was like, this is I am being me. Like, and I'm entertaining and playing jacks, and I'm not just the saint and the guru. Because even when I teach, I curse, I make jokes. Today in class, I was like, if you're wondering why the fuck we're doing this for 8 minutes, I'm wondering too. I'm just following the instructions and everyone's like, ah. Like, I'm not going to act like we're unlocking or energetic. Like, that's what I did it for, like you said. It's another coming out. It's just me being able to be myself and it's out there too. So it's like, it's so the world can see it if they want to see it,
Yeah, and I think it was the same for me too. Like
I was hiding my whole life. Everything's fuck this.
Yeah.
And if your religion or your whatever contract doesn't understand or want to like it, and you don't love me anymore, that's fine. And I'm speaking to like my family.
Jax, Ian wants to know what all you teach.
What, yoga?
Is it just yoga? Don't you teach other stuff too?
I do like intuition development, like things like that, like but it's all connected through Kundalini yoga.
You should join the Discord.
I'll have to join the Discord.
You join the Discord because a lot of my fans have become your fans.
I'm surprised. After this last episode, I was laughing when I watched it. I was like hysterical. I'll admit I watched it before we did the thing,
Mm-hmm.
and I'm like, oh my god, I am fucking a troll. Like I'm relentless. Everybody, I just, and I'm like, but I also think it's funny. But I just hope that people don't actually think that I'm like, I mean, I said what I said and I meant it, but I didn't have any like remorse. I just fucking said it.
No, it was great. I think
But you
you
know
did.
what though? If I were to say that what I said on the confessionals in private to your face, I would be prepared to keep like I always tell everybody this. I don't tell people off that I don't like. Like this he cursed me out for having packages on my porch. And I went outside. Typical Demon Twink or Jax would be like, da, 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 da. No, I literally looked, got the trash bag, packaged the stuff up. He was screaming. I just ignored it. I looked at him, got the stuff, and peacefully went about my business. If I like you, I'm gonna fucking mouth off. I'm a fucking trickster. I'm joking. I mean, I'm not joking. I'm being serious.
Yeah, but you're being yourself. Like, and I'll give you credit that since the show, and I think I'm the same way. Since the show, you've been more yourself in a non-toxic way.
Yeah. Well, when you saw me too, I was so jaded and defensive in that environment. I was drinking like heavily. At that
You
point.
brought the strip club to the show, which was exactly what you were supposed to do. But
and on the show, yes, I was like, you know what? I know that I need to poke, but I don't want to be the one that provokes anything too much. I will just react. But sometimes I wasn't getting it poked, so I was like, okay, I got to stir it up a little bit. But honestly, I think it shows the complexity of like what actually, goes down, I guess.
The show is proving that everything is more complex than what we make it out to be.
We used to joke all the time at the club. Like they would always say, even in the back, you need to be on this needs to be a reality show. Like the guy that put ice down my underwear once, and I fucking went after him. And Ellie grabbed me. Like the customer the other day, Coach. I walk in with my aloe yoga bag. You know they give out the same retail bag. It's like a canvas bag.
Mm-hmm.
But I put all of my underwear in it, and like my deodorant, pack of gum, peppermint oil, and like a jacket or something. And I walk in, and he's like, "Oh, you got your purse today?" And I said, "No, Mike." I was like, "It's a gym bag, but you wouldn't know anything about that because you don't go to the gym." And but like that's a one-liner for a reality television show. But I say this every day. Like there's no cameras on me. Like I am like that, but I love him. But he's an asshole. So am I, and we're fucking with each other. I don't know. And it's true.
But I literally think that's our relationship. That's why I wanted you to stream with me, because like even Ian, if you look at the Twitch chat right now. Ian hated your guts the first 5 minutes that he saw you on the show, and like since then, now he loves you, and he's like really wants you in the Discord. And it's not just him; it's like everyone in the Discord. You'll love my Discord. We've cultivated quite the fabulous community.
I can't see. Crush told me to hate you. I see that.
No, I said Crush. I said Crush said that Ian, you're gonna hate this guy.
I hope that I don't come like I hope that the fans that watch the show don't just see like the demon twink whatever, because I'm an antagonist, like, not an antagonist, but I'm relentless, I will say.
No, and I think some people will. I think some people will, and that's how it. Like I told you, there's more people that hate me than like me, and it's just how it is. You know.
I love those kind of people because any click or like or comment, it's just helping.
Look what happened with my great canceling last week.
Yeah, you're in the news now and like getting like press.
No, Ian's great. Ian's been managing the Discord since its inception, and it's been the greatest addition to my community since in the last couple of years.
What is it? It's like a private chat forum kind of thing.
Kind of. It's like a forum, but it's more it's not like Instagram where you're following people. Discord is more of like a town hall, if that makes sense. And so like I have moderators, like Ian's our head moderator. Like he kind of like runs the Discord, you know, and like even me, like, yes, it's my Discord, but it doesn't feel like I'm the boss or something, you know, like that, like leader of it. It's more like, yeah. And it's more of a, it's just a place for discussion, if that makes sense.
I'm wondering if I could. I'm opening up a school platform as a membership group for my people that want to do like stuff with me. I'm wondering if this would be like a different option.
Yes, yes. And Ian's the guy to talk to. So like he's the technical expert on Discord. So if you join mine and see how mine's laid out, then like you can kind of see like how beneficial it is. Yeah, especially for like your yoga stuff or your you know like but I don't recommend make like you're gonna go like what I did. I went into Discord thinking like how can I help, how can I use Discord to help me sell more subscriptions, and like I've completely faded away from that because that is not what it's for. What it is for is to like now everyone that's like watching my stuff can get together and have conversations about different things. And so it is really just a community. Like imagine, you know, like a town hall or like, you know, like a place just where people go and they can talk about things around certain topics. So like, you know, there's a place in my Discord where people just share funny memes to each other. And there's another place where they can talk dirty with each other and like flirt with each other. There's another place where they can talk about the show. Like there's an entire section just for the show. And then there's like the main chat where we're just like spitballing things. And then I also can send them notifications. Like I sent them a notification that we're live on Twitch right now.
And then they all get blasted saying like,
right. And it's much more effective because like if you think about like other social media, it's like people are following me, but I'm not really interacting with them much, you know? And like it's more about like they're interacting with a post, where like Discord is more of a like forum where like we're all like it's easier to separate conversations to like where they need to be. So yeah, just join mine, have a look at it, and if you want to start one, talk to Ian. He's the guy to talk to because he's done an exceptional job with mine, and we're almost at like Ian, how many people do we have now? It's like almost 500.
wow.
We've only had it up for like 6 months too.
Okay, so I'm on there right now. I got the account set up. Do I just look up like
Ian, hold up. Ian, can you actually I can do it.
I made it my account Jax Thomas _ Oh, I have wait, DM with superpowers. So you can be PG-13.
I'm gonna send you the link now. Hold up. I'm not even that great at navigating my own Discord yet. So here, I'm gonna WhatsApp you this link, and this will be like this is like an invite to the Discord link.
Okay. Let me see.
I WhatsApped it to you, and I'll put it here in the chat.
Are you a fan of Crush Eddie? Who? If Crush Eddie and Crush Frankie were to brawl, who would win? had to say Frankie.
She would beat me in a brawl. She fights dirty.
I'm like,
She fights dirty.
Hashtag shipping. Okay. Continue.
Yeah.
Hello, hello, friends. Who wants to be verbally castrated?
No, I used the link in our links admin thing. I'm scared when I do Discord things. How do you think I feel?
This is a lot to navigate, to be honest.
I know that's so Ian is like managing mine basically. Because I wouldn't be able to do it. I've between managing this, the Instagram, the Facebook, Twitter, like Twitch, all that, it's a lot. You see we have a strip down section.
Yes, I just went.
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah. And we have, I don't know how many members we have. We have 411 members.
It says 416 over here on my end.
Some of them are bots.
Oh.
Like ones that we add that like automatically do things.
There's been instances, this happened twice so far, where I'm using my phone, not twice, it happened a couple times, and I'm looking at Discord right now, and I'm like, this is so overwhelming. I feel like a year ago, I'd be like, just automatically know how to work it, but I'm feeling like 80 years old. Like, I feel like I don't know what I'm doing.
Mm-hmm. I feel like that all the time.
I feel old. Like,
Yeah, I gotta just like,
cool.
yeah, but Discord's been around for like 10 years.
I know my one friend does it for her spiritual community, but
Mm-hmm.
it's like, it looks too like, a lot of gamers used to use it.
Yeah, that was, and it's still like largely a gaming thing because that's the first group of people that really picked it up and adopted it. But everyone's starting to use it. And I really do think like if you are doing like a social media presence thing and you're going to have followers and stuff, it's important to have a Discord. Yeah, so see now Ian says he applied a role to you and within the Discord, which gives you like certain privileges within my Discord.
What is it?
So there's roles, like
Okay.
almost like, you know, like in a company, there's
Okay, so he
an
has a
account.
moderator role. He can like ban people or like.
Mm-hmm. And you're the queen of the divas in mine.
Is that how many people are the queen of the divas?
Well, we're starting that. You're the one queen. And we're gonna have the Jaxies. Did you see how fun this is?
Oh my god.
You are the only queen right now.
I don't.
Even though he hasn't given himself that role yet, Ian is the other queen.
Who's the other queen?
Ian. You guys are the two queens of the server.
Does Ian have an actual face picture, or is it just like a secret? Like, is it like a secret?
Not on Discord, I don't think. But yeah, apparently your role has been given as like the queen of the queens within my Discord. You see, we're already having fun with it.
Oh my god.
So.
We need to explore it. Like, well, we're not.
Yeah, and then when you feel like you're ready to have, like, if you want your own server, it doesn't cost anything really. Ian can help you with that. It's pretty, like, once it's set up, it's like, you know, it kind of just runs itself. But like, it's just a way for you, like, if you did it for your yoga stuff, like, you can separate the different conversations in there. And so it's like all the people are in one place, but then they can, like, you know, go to the different segments to talk about certain things, if that makes sense.
Yeah, that could actually be really beneficial
Mm-hmm.
in a way.
So like right now, my Discord is largely people that want like what they call pings. So like a ping for when I'm going live on any, like if I'm doing an OF live or if I'm doing a Twitch live, they get a direct notification to their phone saying I'm live. that's separate from Twitch or Instagram, if that makes sense. They can also find all my other links on there. And it's then right. And like they can ask a question, and even if I'm not there, another fan can answer their question for them. You know what I mean? So like if someone wants to ask where can they watch the show, somebody on there will answer it, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
So it's not like you have to do all of it. It's like you kind of like let your community kind of help you do everything. And then if there's questions or discussions, they can have it on there regarding certain topics.
I like that.
It's a very useful tool. If you're in social media, it's a very useful tool that most people are not using yet. That's why I'm like highly recommending you use it. And like, because there's going to be a learning curve, but like,
yeah,
don't feel like you have to like, no, like, look, I'm still a mess on that. Like, I've been doing it for 6 months, and like, I barely like have scratched the surface of what it's capable of, but it's been super useful to me, like super useful, even though like yeah, so you'll pick it up easier than me probably because you're not juggling as many things as I am.
Jax now has all the roles possible.
Yeah. So yeah, and you can just go on there and chat with my fans because a lot of them are crossovers and fans of you now, like Ian is. And then when you're ready, you can make your own where you can just have your stuff because obviously mine's all centered around my stuff. But I mean, you can engage.
Okay, so everyone in there.
Yeah, there's like a regular just open chat. And then there's like an NSFW place. There's a strip down chat. There's a, you know what I mean?
Yeah. All right, I'm going to explore this.
All right. I'm going to get off. It was fun stream. I'm still working on the clips from the last one.
We talked a lot. I mean, we were on here. My Zoom says 4 hours and 27 minutes. I don't ever do a Zoom that long, ever.
Yeah, well, it always turns into a therapy session with us.
I know. But we're also giving everyone else therapy in a way, too. I mean, I don't know if it's good therapy, but I think it is.
I think this is good. People like watching this. I like watching this type of stuff. It's like real authentic conversations and then the reaction to the show. And
they get to see, again, another side of us. We're not just stripped down.
Also, the clips from this do well on social media. Like you've seen all the ones.
The mic and all that. I need to figure out. My house is so small. Like, it's a shoebox.
Yeah, but where you are right now is fine. You just got to set something up in front of you.
Yeah.
But like,
a little coffee table, but you're on like a little end table thing that like moves around.
Yeah, like, and I know mine's extravagant, but like it's taken me a long time to get here. The more you like, I've already learned a lot of the things. You know, I'm obviously no expert, but like as you have questions, like I'll help you. Like when you ask me what kind of mics you need to get, like I've already done all the research on that. I've already done the research on the camera. I've bought so many microphones. I've bought so many cameras. Like it's like learning how to Twitch stream and like stream across platforms and like make it look good and seamless is the hardest thing I've had to do in my career yet. Like by far.
It's so overwhelming.
It is insanely overwhelming. Like it would go this and then Discord is number 2 is the hardest thing. But like these 2 things have been the most useful out of everything I've done. And then that photo generator that I sent you, like those things are like by far the most useful tools. So just, now that you're on the Discord, just hop in there randomly whenever you want and just.
I'm gonna do that, and I'm going to take advantage of like exploring in there.
Yeah, you can kind of take a look at mine as like a reference and get ideas for how you're going to do yours. But like you can form your own community to whatever way you want to form it. There's no algorithm, that you need to like. That's what I like about it. There's no algorithm because it's only people that want to go in there. It's not about like going viral or anything like that. It's only for the people who already follow you and want to be more involved with you.
Yeah, you're just like, I like that. There's no like other people are coming up in the feed, or it's like they're in your own community.
Yeah, people that are in your Discord are already like, you know, serious fans or just want to be more involved in whatever you're doing. So like you don't need to like create content for them on Discord. Discord is more like if you want to tell them something or have a conversation or tell them you're doing something or teach something more in depth, that's where you would do it. Like I'm working on like fitness stuff that I'm going to give away to my Discord people, like from when I used to be a personal trainer. Like I'm working on like a whole section on like how I can basically knowledge dump my fitness stuff. Because on Instagram, fitness stuff, like, you know, it's like one post and then it goes away after 3 weeks. You know what I mean? Like where Discord, you can all keep it organized, if that makes sense.
Just getting into the Discord, I guess, is the other.
Yeah, and it's not as hard as you would think. Like, ask Ian. When we started this, we were just kind of like, yeah, let's just throw one together. And like that, 400 people. You know what I mean? Like 400 is a good amount for 6 months. Like the really big Discords have much larger communities behind them and are much more established. And like, you don't need that many people. 400 people is a lot. Like, you know, like it's like 400 people is like having 100,000 on Instagram.